a corporate kind of name, say triple GI. The Global Green Growth Institute was set up as a nonprofit in 2010 by the Republic of Korea with some other countries. And in 2012, on the sideline of the Rio de Janeiro Plus 20 Summit, it became an intergovernmental treaty-based organization. So what does it mean to be an intergovernmental treaty-based organization? It means that we are member-based, but the members are mostly government. It could be government as a sovereign government, but also we do have members as regional bodies. And what this means is that our organizational structure is structured in a way that we have a council and assembly, which is the highest decision-making body. And we do have 17 of members on a rotational basis, which is made up of who we call resource partners and participating members. If you can look at the map that you are seeing on the slide, these are places that we are currently operating. As at a couple of weeks ago, we've had 41 members across the globe. And membership is based on countries' ability to really prioritize becoming part of the organization. And what this means is that we don't just ask you to sign up, but you sign up at the highest level, allowing your legal framework or your parliament or senate, whatever the government that guides you to sign up to membership. The reason being that our objective as an institution, if you can go to the next slide. Right, our mission as an institution is to partner with developing countries, governments towards their transition to a green growth pathway. So what this means is that we look at what the government have in terms of their national development plans, and we ask ourselves, will this be sustainable if they grow? We understand that what we are going through today in terms of growth is a situation where countries have grown and they are now struggling to clean up. And we are saying for those who have the opportunity to grow in a clean and green way, why not you start afresh than struggling with cleaning up later? And the quality of growth matters. So there are GDP growths that don't take into consideration employment or inclusiveness. And the whole idea of green growth is not only to deliver economic growth, but economic growth that factors in environmental and social aspects of growth. And the models that we use are models that seek to align with what countries are doing. We do not reinvent the wheel. Rather, what we do is to ask ourselves, if it worked in country A, yes, it's possible it could work in country B, but what is the context in country B that could provide the unique as well as the lessons or learnings that we can get working in that country? So we look at low carbon and climate resilient growth. We work towards preventing or remediating pollution to maintain a healthy and productive ecosystem and to create green jobs, which at the end of the day reduces poverty as well as enhance social inclusion. Next. And how do we do this? Like I have pointed out, when we look at the three pillars of economic, environment, and social aspect, we look at the economic growth that is needed to spur rapid development, but also we look at how do you integrate that within the society in order to support those who may be marginalized or those who could be left behind, thus reducing inequality. And the whole aim is to support poverty reduction. And this is done by looking at all the levers that could support growth. So most times there are economic plans that are at the highest level which looks at flagship infrastructure projects, but we're also very keen on asking ourselves, how does those projects relate to those at the lowest level? So from a bottom-up approach, we ensure that we are working from a participatory approach to ensure that the people are heard when decisions are made. And when we look at the environmental sustainability, this is the pillar where we get the misconception that when we talk about green, it's only about environment. Yes, environment is key to it because it is part of what sustains our livelihood, but we are looking at environment that is interconnected to the economic and social aspect of growth. So these three pillars are areas that we take a holistic look at when we get into any country to work, and we ask ourselves the hard questions of where is the country's vision heading to? Is it aligned to these three pillars? And if not, what can we do from the planning phase to the design of projects to the mobilization of resources, and of course, implementing such policies or projects. Next. And this is what we call our value chain. I just mentioned that when we do an assessment of a country's national development plan, we look at it from a green impact assessment. That is to say, what does the development plan look like? For example, when we came into Rwanda, Rwanda was just moving into the second phase of the economic development and poverty reduction strategy, EDPRS2. And we also knew that there was already a green growth and climate resilience strategy. And we look at all those policies and ask, where can we take up and add value, whether it be from looking at sectoral plans or even looking at the macroeconomic impact of those plans. And we move a little bit to the middle of our work to now zoom into the sectors or subsectors to look at the policies, analysis, and development of scalable projects. And then at the right hand side, which is where we are mostly working now, the middle and the right hand side, we design projects and project preparation, as well as facilitating financing those projects. But even recently, we have now moved more into the hardcore implementation. The reason being that the question was being asked to GGGI, if you do all this great work, looking at the green impact assessment, looking at the sector strategies, designing and facilitating financing, how are you sure that the one who is going to implement will implement according to the books? And what it means is that we are now working side by side with implementers to make sure that, for example, if you have designed a building following the Green Building Minimum Compliance, what does that look in reality when the building, when the shovels and the spades gets on the ground and work starts? So that is also related to other sectors that we are working in. And once we are able to move towards facilitating finance and now supporting implementation, we could say that success is achieved. And we've had quite a lot of examples of what we've done, even though there is still quite work to do, whether it be in green urbanization, in sustainable mobility, in urban resilience, as well as waste to resource projects. There are quite a lot of lessons that we have to share with our audience and our stakeholders. Next. We work based on 6 strategic outcomes. So the reason why we have put this is, like I said in the beginning, our aim is to support our members to achieve their development goals. And most times these development goals are not just national, but they are also regional or global. We talk about the SDGs as well as the nationally determined contribution. So when we look at our first strategic objective, it is to reduce greenhouse gas emission. So countries, as they industrialize, they are prone to pollution that comes from industries, that comes from the transport sector or from agriculture. So our role as an organization is to ask ourselves, what are the tools, what are the models, what are the practices that we could use to ensure that as the country economically grows, they are also able to reduce emission doing so. And our SO2 or strategic objective 2 is the creation of green jobs. And in this case, as you are growing your economy, reducing emission, what is the possibility of you creating green jobs? And increased access to sustainable services is part of our strategic objective. Improved air quality, supply of ecosystem services, as well as enhanced adaptation to climate change. All these 6 strategic objectives are linked to different SDGs, as you can see on the signs. And the whole aim is to say, if you are achieving one strategic objective, you are at the same time contributing, or even it could be attributed to you as an organization to have supported your government or the region to achieve their mandate when it comes to the sustainable development goal. And the reason this is important is for us to also evaluate ourselves to say, if you've done this in this sector, what does it look like from an impact perspective? Next. And these are our global operational priorities. Because we are a global organization, while we work within each member's jurisdiction or government, we are also working at the global level. So we do have what we call global operation priorities. The reason why this is important to us is the fact that while we are sharing lessons from a bottom-up approach from national, we could utilize that to inform the global discussion or the global practice when it comes to green growth. And one of such is to catalyze and accelerate access to climate finance. So what it means is, if in Rwanda we have succeeded to build the strategies, to build the, to develop the policies, to even design projects that could attract investment, who do we knock on their door to tell our stories out there in the global fora? So ensuring that we are able to tap into this network globally is something that we are really good at doing, but also we have a broad network of where we who we work with to catalyze finance. And the second one is to achieve a sustainable and circular bioeconomy while securing healthy natural systems. So this is important because a lot of times, you know, from a business perspective, people look at issues of green growth and they think they could delay their aim to make profits. But the reasons behind that is because such calculations or measurements are based on traditional means. For example, if you start to quantify the co-benefits of having a clean air, let's take, for instance, the health benefit, then you will realize that the business of utilizing a clean energy or sustainable mode of transport, you know, surpasses your immediate term of, you know, meeting your balance sheet and making profit. So looking at it from a sustainable and circular bioeconomy is important for us so that we can reduce the whole linear approach that is, you know, full of wastages. And of course, for us to live a healthy life. The pandemic have made it very clear to us that we have to live first, even for us to enjoy the economic benefits that we are working towards. And making cities and communities livable, resilient is another global practice. And this is also where Rwanda is playing a huge role through our work on green urbanization. So as the cities grow, like we know, in Africa, urbanization will be tripling. And what this means is that more and more people will be moving into cities. And the question we do ask ourselves, how do we make these cities livable? How do we make them resilient? And how do we ensure that these locations called urban centers create sustainable jobs? And we also look at accelerating progress in our country programs in terms of poverty eradication and gender equality through our operations. And this cascades down to why we are sitting down here today. This program, or if I can call it network, is focusing on greenpreneurs, but with a huge emphasis on women-led entrepreneurship. So the reason being that we need to tap into the talent and the resources that are within that demographic. And finally, another global practice is strengthening policy, planning, regulatory framework. So most times we realize that there is the goodwill to do work, but the underlying policies and regulations may not exist. And our work is to look at it from a global perspective to ask ourselves, what can we do to make sure that we share the best practices as well as examples or cases that we have seen through our green growth outcomes in the different countries. And there are the non-programmatic areas, for example, sustainable, stronger, and more diversified funding for our operation. This is important because we are funded publicly, but also we do partner with private institutions to engage our work. And we are also driving, growing, and empowering green growth communities through knowledge transfer, part of what we are here, because once you can get the knowledge or have the know-how, your capability will increase to find a sustainable solution to the challenges, most of the times that are complex in our societies. And also to maintain an efficient, high-performing, and agile organization. In changing times, we need to respond to what is happening rather than reacting. And even the COVID-19 pandemic have shown us that we could still work and produce results if we are agile, if we are, we are an organization that understands the time and the environment that we work with. Next. Now I'm going to talk briefly about Rwanda and green growth. Here, the backdrop of what we've been doing here started way back in 2012 when we had our initial the government, basically the Ministry of Infrastructure, and then the Ministry of Environment. And in Rwanda, as the country continues to develop, we do see the impacts or the challenges that climate change have done to whether it be the pressure on lands, natural resources, as well as the livelihood. And the work we do is to ensure that all the different services in the programmatic areas or pillars that we are working with are green. And when I say green, that means they are moving towards a sustainable path. And this foundation or backdrop will lead to the country reducing its footprints when it comes to emission or future emission. But also, this is built on the will or the political will of the government. You know, a government that plans, that visions what they want to do, is a government that is also able to show results, because once you set the target, once you are able to understand where you are going, then you can easily ask your partners or those you want to work with to come along with you. And Rwanda have done an excellent job to set up the vision, starting from Vision 2020 now to Vision 2050. And initially, I talked about the medium-term strategy that span from the EDPRS period to now the national strategy for transformation. And the reason this is important is for us as an intergovernmental organization, without this strong political will, it will be really difficult for any country to move forward and also tell the partners that they know where they are going. So we are really excited about the work that the government of Rwanda and the leadership they are showing, on green growth. Next. This is a snapshot of what we are doing and those we are partnering with. This is not exhaustive. We are looking at climate resilient urban development. We are looking at green building and construction, circular economy and sustainable management of resources, and sustainable mobility. And some of the key milestones that you've seen here is the work we've done in the secondary cities and the district development strategies, as well as many policies that have been approved either by the cabinet or at the sector level and being implemented. And all these are built on the foundation of supporting inclusive, climate resilient and green urbanization in Rwanda for sustainable economic growth. I'm going to show you in the next slide some examples. For example, we are working currently on climate resilient urban development. So this is a Green Climate Fund National Adaptation Planning project that looks at flood and landslide to build the capacity or the resilience of the people to mitigate against this. And this will lead to having technical assessment of 5 selected sites that will now move into implementation once approved. And next, on green building and construction, we are looking at it from the whole building and construction value chain. So we are looking at once the cabinet passed the minimum compliance, which is part of the Rwanda's green building code, we are looking at greening existing public and commercial building, but also upcoming buildings that will have to meet the compliance. But also we are working with other partners to look at the construction material. How can you ensure that increasingly construction materials could be sourced locally? Because we know that a huge percentage of the materials used in building have to be imported. Next. Circular economy and sustainable management of resources. Here we are looking at how do we move away from the linear economy that is wasteful to a circular economy. So the objective of this is to manage solid waste sustainably in Rwanda, which will reduce greenhouse gas emission, but also to create jobs and improve the public health and sanitation system. And 3 of the outcomes we have on that particular project will be to do a separation and valorization of organic and plastic waste at the dump site and at Nduba, and also to improve the collection rate as well as improve the policies. And on this project, we are working with different partners across board, both at the municipality, but also within the mandate ministries. On sustainable mobility, we've been working with the Ministry of Infrastructure and the different agencies to support the government's transition to a sustainable mobility. And we look at this from different angles. You know, back in 2017, 2018, we did a non-motorized transport study looking at bicycle sharing, which we did in 2 secondary cities and the city of Kigali. And we are happy that the outcome of such studies is what you see today being picked up by private sector to go sharing project. But also from the infrastructure side, we ask ourselves, how do you ensure that when you are building, you are not just building for the smaller percentage of the population that are motorized, but looking at the bigger population who still could enjoy taking a walk or cycling to work. So you look at issues related to ensuring that road networks factors not only pedestrian walkways, but also bicycle lanes. And then in terms of electric mobility, we've done a study to look at the charging infrastructure, because it's one thing to have electric cars or electric buses, but it's another thing to understand where you need to charge those vehicles. We are so much interested in supporting the government to move into public transport using electric buses. And these are ongoing discussions that we are working on to ensure that Rwanda meets its target. And we are having quite high level support to make this happen in partnership with other actors. And this is it for now. And like I said in the beginning, please feel free, for those of you who are online, feel free to put your questions on the chat box. And I should have, put in the website to say, you can go to the organization's website, gggi.org, or the country program Rwanda to see even more in detail what we are doing. So I want to say thank you again for all of you, and we hope to have a very fruitful engagement and discussion. Thank you, Murakoze.
Thank you very much, Mr. Daniel. It's a lot that I have learned personally. I'm not sure if for others, you knew everything about GGGI. So over the past 9 years, I understand there has been work being done together with different stakeholders, including, so you talked about development of secondary city master plan. There is the green growth strategy. And when we were discussing, allow me to also say it, GGGI has also been able to contribute in raising funds of about 35 million US dollars for the past years that they have been in Rwanda. So thank you very much for the work being done. And now I would like to call upon our next speaker, Mr. Amin Amor, to also give us his opening remarks. Please.
Good morning, good afternoon to you. And thank you, Danielle, for the presentation. It's a pleasure to be here with you. My name is Amin Amor. I'm the Partnerships and Resource Mobilization Manager for Youth Connect Africa, based here in Kigali. And I'm here representing the Executive Director of the Youth Connect Africa Hub, Ms. Uli Keita, who couldn't join us today. So I just want to really briefly explain also the model of Youth Connect Africa and how we're collaborating with the Global Green Growth Institute and then other partners to advance really green growth and more specifically green entrepreneurship, which is also the focus of today. So I want to first explain what Youth Connect Africa is. So Youth Connect Africa, or Youth Connect, was created actually in Rwanda, which is why the hub is also based here as well. It's an initiative that started in 2012, and it was a partnership between the government of Rwanda and the UN system led by UNDP, and of course with different partners. So it was created, this initiative was created with the objective of responding to the challenges faced by the Rwandan youth. And of course, this would extend later to the African youth, as we can, as I will go through as well. So, given the high percentage of African or youth in Africa's population, and the enormous importance of investing in human capital, Youth Connect came to provide a vehicle to help Africa harness the demographic dividend to achieve the SDGs, to advance green growth, the Agenda 2030 and 2063, and then of course the overall socioeconomic and environmental development of Africa. So really, Youth Connect Africa is a home grown solution positioned to deliver or to provide relevant solutions and support the initiatives that empower the youth of Africa. So the platform is unique in its kind because it brings together a high level people as well as the youth. So it's let's say we have 25 member countries as of now, and in order for a country to be a member, we need high level commitment, especially from the ministry or higher. So sometimes we have the Ministry of Youth. Sometimes we have like also the heads of state also supporting, as in the case of Rwanda as well. And then we of course have the youth, and we're reaching out to the youth from the village level through coordination with government and partners across the countries where we operate in. So with regard to environment especially, so in each countries and at the level, at the hub level, we're really trying to identify the priorities and work together with the governments to implement programs that are in line with national priorities, with regional priorities, and with continental and global priorities. So, of course, as Daniel has mentioned, one of the priorities we have is the environmental priority, and especially here linking it to the entrepreneurship sector as well. So I want to really touch upon some of the things Youth Connect did also for promoting green growth and also green entrepreneurship. So last, I think in October, we had Youth Connect Africa Summit in Ghana, and we're happy to also have GGGI join us as well. So the objective really was to bring together the youth stakeholders, but also to find solutions to contribute to the social, economic, and environmental sustainability or growth of Africa as well. We wanted to, the theme was, also focused on the Africa Beyond Aid and how we can harness also the benefits of the ACFTA, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. So, through the programs we have, we're working with the youth and policymakers. We're working on many aspects, as for example, we have advocacy, we have capacity building, awareness raising, debates, dialogues that could contribute also to advancing the socioeconomic and environmental developments of Africa. We have identified through several programs, innovative solutions. We have gathered identified innovative solutions and tried to really help and assist these youth entrepreneurs to develop their programs, to scale their programs, and sometimes would have to replicate these models also across. So just to also touch upon the collaboration we have with GGGI, we're very happy to sit together and explore how we could work together, to empower the youth, but also to raise their awareness, to build their capacity with regard to contributing to green entrepreneurship, green jobs, and advancing Africa's growth. So we are collaborating together to identify, promote, and share effective solutions and best practices in the green entrepreneurship and growth sector, also in the green generate and also green jobs. We we're keen to support also the development of green entrepreneurship ecosystems and platforms as well, and to really connect the youth and peer mentors and opportunities, to peer mentors and opportunities. I would like to mention perhaps few examples of this models that we'll try to not only identify but also scale on a continental model. I'm sure you'll hear or you heard about an innovative project implemented by the Ministry of Youth here in Rwanda called the Eco Brigade. So really, this model, I'm sure it will be mentioned later in the presentation, but this model is really raising awareness about the role of youth in contributing to environmental sustainability. How to have to build a sustainable environment through youth contribution as well. So we're really also we identified these models, and we're really trying to collaborate with partners on a continental level in order to replicate models that that contribute to green growth and sustainability. We're also looking to when talking about youth entrepreneurship or green entrepreneurship, we're talking about how we could first educate the youth, raise their awareness, but also contribute in meaningful ways to the sustainable growth and entrepreneurship. For example, if we want to advance, green entrepreneurship, we want to also identify what are the value chains improvements that we can also do, or the value chains that we can improve in several sectors. We can talk about agriculture, increasing productivity. We're talking about maybe like a better form of packaging that is environmental friendly. We're talking about business practices that are sustainable. How to grow a business in a more sustainable and green manner. So those are some of the things we're also very keen to identify, support, and scale on the continental level as well. And I think really this is what we're trying to do. I would like to mention also that an increasing number of countries have prioritized green growth and development in parallel with the socioeconomic growth. So, for example, when we're talking about livelihood or socioeconomic opportunities, they have to be in line. They have to be linked to environmental sustainability. And this is also a model we're trying to work on. How do you frame the socioeconomic development of the youth, but also link it to environmental sustainability? And I think this is why our collaboration, we're keen to collaborate with the Global Green Growth Institute to advance green entrepreneurship and green growth, and to empower youth to be responsible citizens, to have businesses that are sustainable, that are green, and that can help achieve the goals, the sustainability goals, and the socioeconomic goals of Africa. So I'd like to stop here, and I'd like to thank you very much. If you have any questions, feel free to also ask in the platform online as well, or to reach out to us through youthconnectafrica.org. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Amin. Now, what I have understood is you are harnessing efforts between different institutions, policymakers, and institutions such as GGI to create awareness, but also identify. And what I like most is to scale greenpreneurs and connecting youth with other peers from around the continent to basically promote them and support them with different kind of opportunities and platforms. So I'll just like to first of all reiterate what other panelists have said. Please feel free to submit your questions. We'll have a session where we'll be responding to them very shortly. But before that, I would like to call upon our next speaker, as part of GGGI global operational priorities we've seen shortly presented by Daniel. One of its pillars is driving, growing, and empowering green growth communities through knowledge transfer. And part of that, I believe, is where Greenpreneurs comes in, the Greenpreneurs network. And I would like Mrs. Pamela to lay a foundation about the purpose of the Greenpreneurs network and share more insights about that. Pamela, please.
Good morning, colleagues, and good morning to the participants online. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to have this session today. My presentation is going to be very brief. I'm basically going to give a bit of background and context. So I'll just give an introduction. In the photo that we put up, we are displaying some of the winners from the Green Innovation Award. This was the first time we had the award presented during the Africa Connect Youth Summit in 2018. And based on the bootcamp that we had here in Rwanda, we had about 400 applicants from across the continent that had submitted their applications for the award. And from Rwanda, we had 78, which was 40 male, and the remainder was female. And these are the top 3 winners that we had during the summit. And so during the boot camp, we came to realize that several of the Greenpreneurs that had sent through their applications had requested for a program to be established in Rwanda that will be able to support the Greenpreneurs. And this is why that we decided that we need to establish a training and capacity development program. Next slide. So just to give a bit of context, the purpose to the Rwanda Greenpreneurs network, the main challenge that we've noticed in Rwanda is that we have a lot of entrepreneurs that have very good innovation ideas and programs, but some of them do lack the support, which is in terms of the resources and the tools that they need. So for Rwanda, the Global Green Growth Organization has decided to partner with existing programs and established organizations that work with Greenpreneurs. And so we've outlined some of the activities, but also the main purposes for the network. So just to mention a few, we would like to establish the network because we want to create an enabling ecosystem that's going to support the young entrepreneurs. We would also like to create a network that's going to be able to build the skills of the young entrepreneurs. This is in collaboration with Student Energy and the Youth Climate Lab. We would also like to connect the young entrepreneurs with potential investors. And we would also like to contribute to the issue of youth employment, where we will increase the green jobs. So in this program, we are going to be able to support the young Greenpreneurs to access the tools and the resources that they need. And this will be done in partnership with the stakeholders that are existing in Rwanda, because several of them already have programs that work with our Greenpreneurs. The network will also create awareness. For example, today is our first knowledge exchange program. And so we want to create awareness on the existing startup innovation hubs. We want to create awareness on the different existing stakeholders. These are mentors and coaches, also the innovation hubs, the accelerator programs, and these will be able to support the entrepreneurs. The network will also provide an opportunity for the youth to contribute to the commitments of the government of Rwanda. And also we want to raise the profile of the different entrepreneurs in Rwanda. The network will also provide opportunities where we'll be able to strengthen and leverage youth collaborative innovative abilities, but we also want to use the platform to link the innovators and the investors. The network will also be able to identify gaps and challenges in Rwanda. This is primarily to strengthen the coordination amongst the youth, the innovation hubs, the investors and mentors, startups, and the Greenpreneurs. And through the network, we're hoping that we'll be able to enhance the skills and knowledge and capacities so that we can build an inclusive, viable startup, but also businesses that are going to be able to address challenges of unemployment. And once the network has been established, this will probably be towards the middle of 2022, we want to expand and to include the program into the Regional Green Innovation Fund. And this will be able to support a minimum of 2 or 3 greenpreneurs. And through the network, we're hoping to showcase how it was able to support the greenpreneurs in Rwanda. Next slide, please. So for the Rwanda Greenpreneurs Network, we've basically outlined specific activities that we are going to be running in the country program. So the GGGI team has a group of project managers, but also we have lead experts that are at the headquarters that are going to be able to support us in terms of capacity development, but also to train the greenpreneurs in the types of business skills that they need. And so this is just to give you an idea of what we plan to do and how we're going to roll out the project for the network. So primarily, the impact that we're looking at in Rwanda is to support the women and youth greenpreneurs to successfully launch and improve their new business models. The outcomes that we've identified, we have 3 main outcomes, which is to establish the network, and we want to improve the institutional capacities and strengthen the mechanisms to enable the greenpreneurs to access the information and tools and resources that they require for a sustainable green business. And ultimately, we want to promote this network by sharing and disseminating knowledge and communications. So some of the outputs that we've been able to deliver in 2021, we were able to sign the official MOU with the Youth Connect Regional Hub. We conducted a barrier analysis, and through the analysis, we put together a technical report. This technical report will be shared with all the stakeholders and also the greenpreneurs. We are planning to establish the thematic working group in 2022, and we are also going to try and mobilize resources for the greenpreneurs during the thematic working group, which will be established next year. We also plan to review policies, and we also want to have a consultation workshop with all the stakeholders that are supporting the greenpreneurs. And then we would also like to organize another network event, which will probably be in 2022. And some of the activities that we've listed, these are the activities that we've managed to deliver in 2021. By signing the MOU, we also had focus groups that we had put together during this year. And next year, we would like to pair the greenpreneurs with their mentors. And we also want to have a networking session where we'll be able to introduce the possible investors to the greenpreneurs in Rwanda. We will also do a scoping of the investors and the different programs that are required for the greenpreneurs for capacity building and project proposals. And then through some of the activities that we did this year, we were able to identify the stakeholders, the gaps, and the donor mapping. And so next year, we'll be able to connect our greenpreneurs with the business mentors and coaches. Next slide. So these are just some of the activities that we were able to run through in 2021. So the first step that we did, we prepared a database, and this was based on some research. So we did a little bit of research by consulting and talking to some of the stakeholders in Rwanda and also the greenpreneurs. And so we created a database that we will be able to alternately transform into the platform that is going to be where the greenpreneurs are going to be able to get updates and information that they need for their sustainable businesses. We then moved on to stakeholder engagement exercise. This was done throughout the month of May, June, and July. The stakeholder engagement exercise, basically, we were consulting with the 6 secondary cities. We spoke to the district representatives to find out the greenpreneurs in the 6 secondary cities and what they're working on. We also consulted with the Ministry of Youth, Rwanda's National Youth Council, and we also had consultations with some of the accelerator hubs and the innovation hubs, such as Impact Hub in Komoko and 250 Startup. And then after the stakeholder engagement, we were able to send through an online survey which was distributed to approximately 80 Greenpreneurs in Rwanda. This is across the country. And through this survey, we were able to gather the feedback on the different challenges that the Greenpreneurs have. The next step was the signing of the MOU between Youth Connect Hub and GGGI. And then we moved on to establishing the focus groups. The focus groups was an opportunity for us to engage and talk to the Greenpreneurs to find out what types of issues and challenges that they're dealing with. And so we divided the Greenpreneurs into 5 groups. And this was based on the survey that we had conducted and the feedback that we got from the entrepreneurs. And the 5 groups were water and sanitation, waste management, recycling, conservation education, agriculture, manufacture, buildings, construction, energy, urban mobility, and technology. And then the last step, which is what we're trying to do right now, we decided to put together knowledge products that are going to be shared with all the stakeholders and the Greenpreneurs. So we've prepared the technical report. We've also produced a highlight video that showcases the field visits that were conducted with the Greenpreneurs in Rwanda. And so for 2022, we are planning to establish the steering committee. This will be done once we've approached each stakeholder in Rwanda to get them to commit to be part of the network. And then we are going to design specific solutions and programs that are going to support the Greenpreneurs. And once we've gathered all the information and we had commitment from the different members, we'll then be able to develop a platform. And this platform will then be launched in the year 2022. Next slide. So in the photos that we put together, we just wanted to show you some of the facilitators that have been supporting us in the focus groups. So GGGI had a training session where we trained the 5 facilitators that were supporting us. And then we had 2 virtual focus groups and 1 online, 1 physical, meeting. So these are some of the Greenpreneurs in Rwanda that were able to participate in the focus groups, and the majority that were unable to join or attend were able to send us their feedback through the survey. And so majority of the information that we received from the Greenpreneurs, we were able to tabulate into the technical report that we're going to be sharing with all the stakeholders. Next slide. Just to give a bit of an explanation of the focus groups. Ultimately, in the focus groups, we wanted the participants to basically explain to us what stage their businesses are at, what type of support do they require, and then we wanted the different Greenpreneurs to exchange some of the ideas with some of our peers. And so we invited the project managers from the Rwanda country program to speak to the Greenpreneurs and give them advice on the different sectors that our country program is working in. And the focus groups are also able to facilitate peer learning from different Greenpreneurs in Rwanda. And because they were all at different stages, we were able to identify the needs analysis and also assess what type of capacity development is going to be required by the Greenpreneurs in Rwanda. Next slide. So this was just the virtual ceremony that we had when we signed the MOU with the executive of Youth Connect Africa Regional Hub. Next slide. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Pamela. So the Greenpreneurs network hasn't started yet, but I really hope today's session is an opportunity for Greenpreneurs to already connect and network with those who are already, at least for those who are present here today, really take the card of the person next to you and connect. Use this opportunity. The next speaker is Ms. Michelle, Senior Green Growth Officer at GGGI. She will shortly speak about entrepreneurship and environment and where both meets to contribute towards economic growth and environmental protection. Ms. Michelle.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here today. And thank you for the invitation to speak as part of this event. And it's also a fantastic venue. It's my first time at Norskin House, so it's really an incredible site. So we're really lucky to be here and looking forward to seeing the development of Norskin House as they develop and continue to support entrepreneurs in Kigali and Rwanda. My name is Michelle DeFries. I'm a senior green growth officer. I've been with GGGI since 2017. And the topic for my presentation is how green entrepreneurship can contribute to economic growth and environmental protection. Next slide, please. So where do green entrepreneurship opportunities exist? In my mind, this is how I see green entrepreneurship. We have existing problems and challenges. I'm sure each of you can think of one specific challenge that you think is the top of your mind in terms of what you think is a challenge in terms of what we're facing in Rwanda. And then you also see emerging trends. So these can include things like population growth, rapid urbanization, increased use of resources. And this we can see across all different sectors. So this is a schematic of what I see as where the opportunities lie for green entrepreneurship, and also taking into account the unique characteristics of Rwanda. And each of us here, we can all think of ways that we can find the intersection between these three so that we can look at different opportunities for green entrepreneurship and green business models. Next slide, please. So here are some challenges that we are all aware of. One is solid waste management. This is something that GGGI is working on with a Waste to Resources project, but it's also an opportunity for greenpreneurs. When you look at the different waste streams that are being produced, how can circular economy approaches address those and use those as resources to develop new business models? Another one is energy. We all know that energy demand is increasing. This is not unique to Rwanda, but this is a challenge that it's being faced by communities and countries all over the world. What are some of the new technologies? What are some of the ways that renewable energy can be made accessible to more people so that it's more inclusive and develops more equitable growth? Also, liquid waste and sanitation. When we look at liquid waste, this is also a challenge that many different cities are facing. It's an increasing challenge, especially when you look at rapid urbanization. What are some new technologies and new business models that can be developed by greenpreneurs that can address the gap in the service needs of the communities? And what are some of the business models that can address those? Next slide, please. These are some of the ways that I see green entrepreneurship as being transformational. Transformational is one of the core values of GGGI. We can transform the way that we plan. When we talk about smart, green, and sustainable cities, there are tremendous and enormous gaps in terms of cities and how we plan. And greenpreneurs can have a role in that, especially when you look at the employment of ITC enabled solutions, smart cities. These are some of the ways that greenpreneurs can really address some of the challenges of cities today. Another one is how we transform the way we design and operate buildings. This venue is an example of that. There are ways that we could do building and construction better. There are ways that we could do planning buildings in the front end better, and also in the back end when we do demolition of buildings. There are so many different opportunities that greenpreneurs can tap into. Another one is transform the energy we produce and consume, shifting to renewable energy. Transform waste to resources, closing the waste resource loop. There are some of the entrepreneurs that we have in the network that are already doing this, but there are ways to do it better and also to do it at a larger scale. Another one is transform the way water resources are managed. We can improve access to clean water and sanitation. This one is especially important for a number of GGGI country members, especially for Rwanda. We see that there's increased water stress. There's increased need for water resources for multiple different reasons for industry, but also for communities. What are some of the ways that we can improve access? Another one is transform the way people move and connect. Connecting and developing walkable and non-motorized cities. This is a gap that we see especially in urban centers across the region. There are new opportunities that are being deployed in different cities that could be adapted to the context here in Rwanda. Another one is balancing expansion and growth with inclusion. Inclusion is another GGGI core value. So this is a way that we can ensure that the growth and economic growth that we do see is balanced so that it's equitable and that we can address poverty alleviation and also inclusion in terms of gender balance and access, and especially in cities, but also in rural areas. And then lastly, we can transform the way cities manage and account for their assets. This is something that's especially of interest, especially for people that are interested in IT solutions, that are interested in things like blockchain. These are ways that we can improve the way that our cities operate and also attract green finance. Next slide, please. So just some takeaways from my presentation. What are some of the challenges that affect your life personally, that affects the lives of the people around you? What are some of the challenges that you see in different communities? And how can those be addressed by developing new business models? And this is for not only existing entrepreneurs, but entrepreneurs that are interested in developing new business models. What issues do you see that are not being resolved? Oftentimes we think that the way that things are, this is how things are and we can't change them. That's not true. We can think of different solutions, new technologies, old models that can be deployed in new areas. There are so many different opportunities for greenpreneurs to step in and provide viable solutions. And also, what upcoming challenges do you see? We know that we have a number of different trends like population growth, but we also have increased access to broadband, to high-speed internet. What are some of the ways that you can see that is opening opportunities, especially for pro-poor growth and inclusive growth? What systems do you see where sustainability can be incorporated? So systems that are already in place can be improved. They can be made more efficient. They can be made more sustainable. What are some technologies that could be put in place for even old systems so that they're made better? What models do you see in other contexts that could be adapted to Rwanda? There are solutions in place right now in different countries and different regions of the world that could be viable solutions for Rwanda if they're adapted to the specific context here. Greenpreneurs are not only introducing new models, but transforming old ones. This is something that I think we could do a lot more in terms of supporting. There are some systems in place that work okay, but they can work better. And that desire to improve and become more efficient and more sustainable, that's something really at the heart of GGGI. And then lastly, if you take nothing away from my presentation besides this is the most important. Don't underestimate your ability to affect change. Don't underestimate your power. As greenpreneurs, as aspiring greenpreneurs, as young people, as women, you are able to make change in your communities and beyond. And we need your energy and your ingenuity and your creativity to solve some of these problems and some of these emerging challenges. If we already had the solutions, they wouldn't be a challenge, they wouldn't be a problem. So never underestimate your ability to affect change, and don't underestimate your power as greenpreneurs. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Our next speaker will join us online. It's Mr. John from BDF. He'll be speaking about funding opportunities towards green entrepreneurs. If you can. But in the meantime, I would like to also admire the work at Norscan. It's really a beautiful and ecological house. It's incredible, a good example. Thank you very much.
Hello. Hello. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is John Kagarama. I head a department of business development in BDF, and I'm honored to be part of this discussion, especially owing to the fact that green entrepreneurship is a very important concept that needs to be really promoted. And for us as players in the financial sector, we feel we have that responsibility and obligation to ensure that green entrepreneurship is taken to the next step. So, as has been said, I'm going to talk about the available opportunities, financing opportunities for green entrepreneurship. And maybe before going to that, let me let me just give you a background on what is BDF and what we are doing. In the first place, I would like to say that BDF started in the last 10 years. It started in 2011 with the main objective of facilitating SMEs to access finance. So we are mainly mandated to implement the access to finance pillar in the then SME development policy, which has changed into entrepreneurship development policy today. So we achieve this mandate of facilitating SMEs to access finance through different financial products. And one very important product that we manage is the credit guarantee. So this was put in place after recognizing that in most cases SMEs have a problem accessing finance, mainly because of lack of collaterals. So what we do in this aspect is to bridge the gap between the available collateral of the borrower and that part that is lacking, for the bank to provide finance to a business. So we do provide risk cover up to 50% of the required collaterals by the bank. So, however, we recognize the fact that there are groups that need to be catered for in a special way. For example, women, youth, people with disabilities, genocide survivors, and so on and so forth, who access our credit guarantee up to 75%. So for these specific groups, we do provide credit guarantee in the range between 50% and 75%. So another product financial product that we provide is the direct lending. The direct lending, we have, for example, a product called Quasi Equity, and specifically we invest in agribusiness, and these projects are the projects that are owned by youth who have graduated from the universities. So most of the university graduates have been graduating, and you find that there is the labor market is very narrow to accommodate them. So within the context of addressing this issue of increasing unemployment among the university graduates, we have come up with this specific product especially for those who are dealing in agribusiness. So that's why it is called an agribusiness financial product. So we also provide leasing products, and this specifically is in two areas. One is supporting those people who are operating within the integrated crops production centers, what you could call ICPC. So these integrated crops production centers are the establishments that are found in the districts. You know, each district has an ICPC, and in that establishment you find different, cooperatives dealing, for example, in carpentry, in tailoring, in leather, and so on and so forth. So we do provide equipment for them, and of course, as time goes, maybe a period of between 3 and 5 years, depending on the life of the equipment, then they pay that rental fee at a very subsidized rate, and then after that period, the equipment becomes, they retain the ownership of the equipment. Now that is for those who are operating within the integrated craft production centers. We also have focus on support to those, especially youth, who are in micro businesses. So within the same context of leasing, this is called a micro lease product. A micro lease product, for example, those who are doing hair salon, those who are doing small micro businesses. So we also provide equipment, and it's the same thing. Actually, it goes with the same principles of the lease products, product requirements. And we also have matching grants. Matching grants, we have been working with different partners, and for example, right now we are working with the IFAD, and they have been supporting people in post-harvest activities, just to ensure that there is that reduction of post-harvest losses. And we've been providing grants in that area, and also people who are dealing in their sector. So again, we also support. We do refinancing to SACCOs. We are providing this support to SACCOs in recognition that actually, if we are providing, for example, guarantees, that is one way of encouraging demand. So if we are catalyzing the demand of the financial products in the financial sector, then we need to have some sort of contribution into the financial sector in terms of contributing to the liquidity. Of course, we know that the SACCOs in most cases face a problem of liquidity. So we've been providing this refinancing to SACCOs in order to address that issue of liquidity, which in most cases is being faced. So apart from these financial products, we also provide business development services, because you cannot just support SMEs in terms of financial products without providing necessary skills and tools to ensure that these SMEs will put in good use these financial products, the loans, for example, that they are getting either from the banks or from anywhere. So we provide advisory services on how to start a business, to develop business plans, how to run, how to mobilize capital, how to run a business, and so on and so forth. How to identify whether a business has an issue, and at the end of the day, then they are able to prescribe the solution to the problems that are being faced by the business. And so we do provide capacity building, we provide trainings to these SMEs. So this is one thing that we realized that it really complements to financial products that we provide, just to ensure that the support that we provide at the end of the day is not lost in air. So after having talked about the background of PDF and different products that we manage, I think it's very important to recognize the fact that there are challenges actually. Now we are talking about green entrepreneurship, and we are saying this is the way to go if we need sustainable economies and sustainable businesses. It's very I could say it's unfortunate that the financial sector has not yet embraced this concept. Of course, it is being talked about, so many discussions around it. But when you get into reality, you find that the financial sector, in which BDF, of course, is in, still has a way to go and still has something to do in the context of ensuring that green entrepreneurship is taken into consideration and is promoted. And at the end of the day, the financial sector is the one that has capital. So if an entrepreneur needs money, he has to go to the bank, he has to come to BDF, he has to go to whoever that is a player within that financial sector to get the money. And so you find that the financial sector has been revolving around, the traditional products, and this concept of green entrepreneurship is still not mainstreamed in the businesses that the financial sector is doing. So I would, for example, cite one or two issues that attest to what I'm saying. For example, there is lack of knowledge on green entrepreneurship. There is that apart from the knowledge, there is also the issue of mindset. I could just give you an example of a person that we sometime back gave a guarantee, and because this client was our client, and he narrated a story on the hassle he had to face in order to access the financing. So this is a person who who thought of a business of garbage collection, and he wrote down a business plan, and he started going across the across the different parks, wanting to mobilize resources. And I assure you, this person spent almost 2 years without getting the financing. So fortunately enough, I think this gentleman possessed very good entrepreneurship qualities. And one of the qualities of an entrepreneur is being assertive and being ready to take risk and making sure that he doesn't get discouraged. So this gentleman, at the end of the day, landed to a lender, a bank which was able to finance his project. But that was after 2 years, and he told us on his experience where he met one banker, and after introducing himself and his business to him, and once he talked about garbage collection, the bank told him garbage, garbage, a business from garbage is garbage. You see, so that shows the kind of the mindset that key players in the financial sector have in the context of this green entrepreneurship. But luckily enough, he got the financing after all that long, and he's doing quite well. He's doing quite well. So another thing is I think there is also lack of. I think I talked about lack of capacity also. Capacity on green entrepreneurship amongst the bankers and so on and so forth. Also, there is also lack of dedicated resources. I think this is something that when something like this is starting, it needs to have specific people need to have specific approach to address it. For example, though we know that banks have money, but if we need to promote green entrepreneurship, we need dedicated resources. Because you don't expect green entrepreneurship to develop if there is nothing like that, if there is no specific attention to it in terms of how it is promoted and how resources are allocated. So lastly, maybe I want to show you or to highlight just a few things that BDF is doing. We realize we have already realized that going green is the way to go, and we have started mainstreaming the green concept in our programs. For example, we are now starting thinking of how to tailor our products, the available products. I talked about the guarantees. I talked about leasing, other products. We're trying to see how to tailor these products to address the issues of green entrepreneurship. I think maybe Fonerwa will talk about this. I don't know, but we have started a dialogue with the Fonerwa to develop a green guarantee product. Of course, it doesn't mean that the existing guarantee, there is a problem accessing for the green entrepreneurs to access the existing guarantee. But we recognize the fact that if we want to promote green entrepreneurship, the terms and conditions, the requirements of the product itself need to change, need to be specific, tailored to the needs of the green entrepreneurs. And most especially recognizing the fact that these are startups. So the way you address a startup business should be different from the way you address the needs of an existing business. So green guarantee, I think, whereas, for example, that requirement, the requirement of 50% cover is there for the existing guarantee. For the green guarantee, it will be flexed to a certain percentage. It may even go up to more than 75%, depending on the need that has been identified, just to make sure that green entrepreneurship is. So, however, this needs a dedicated resources. So, also we are thinking of coming up with a new. I talked about leasing, but we are thinking of coming up with a new lease product that also would address the needs of green entrepreneurs. And so it's very important for us to forge partnerships, to leverage resources needed. As I said, if you want to promote these kinds of programs, and you want to really get the impacts out of it, you need to have dedicated resources around those programs. Now we are talking about the green entrepreneurship. So I think these kinds of the dialogue that we started with Fonerwa, we hope it is going to yield the results, and we welcome even other partners to join us, so I hope things will be good as long as we join the hands together. Our core business is access to finance, facilitating SMEs to access finance, especially startups and those businesses owned by specific groups like youth, women, people living with disabilities, and so on and so forth. So I think if we forge partnerships with different partners, I think we will be able to see the results that everyone wants to see. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. I think we'll need you to stay on the line for the Q&A session, and I will request the team to support. We will have the panelists join us and respond to some of the questions that we'll receive online and here in the room. Mr. Daniel, Mr. Amin and Michelle, could you please join me on the floor? We'll have. I'll check if in the audience we already have a question. Then do we have a question in the audience? All is clear? Okay. Yes, please, Neza. You can put on the mic.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Ineza. I am an eco-feminist, impact-driven actor in the climate change sector. My question goes to Youth Connect. So I want to really understand what you meant by the fact that the Youth Connect Hub is looking on advocacy, awareness, debate, and policy design, especially if we do understand that the policy design implementation sector is a kind of a process that youth are not included. So I would like to know how, if you have examples or mechanisms that you're putting in place, because there's some of the key sector that we are really interested into, because we understand that even if the policy is a kind of a slow process, but it's also something crucial if you want to achieve critical impact as soon as possible. So thank you so much. That was the question.
Thank you. We'll have another question and maybe, yes, please.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? So my name is Benjamin from UKC. UKC is incorporating hydroponic photo technology in Rwanda, so which is, of course, in line with GGGI mission of green entrepreneurship. So I'd like to ask you, both GGGI Rwanda representative and Youth Connect as well. So when you look at the statistics in Rwanda, 40% of Rwandan population are the youth. And you look at the majority of Rwandans are doing subsistence farming. So, and when you talk about greenpreneurs, what I hear is agriculture. So what's the statistic, what's the strategy or policies in your agreement, in partnership, that is you are putting in place in such a way that is going to motivate young people to actually find themselves and see the greenpreneurship is the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Benjamin. We'll start with the questions that was directed to Youth Connect. Mr. Amin, maybe you can answer.
Yes, thank you very much. Those are very important questions, and I'd like to touch about the policy, perspective, but also I'll address the gentleman's question afterwards. So, with regard to the policy, of course, it's a crucial aspect of advancing. If we're talking about green entrepreneurship, it's a crucial aspect for youth empowerment or any sort of development aspects. Policy is one important and major aspect. So basically, one way to really advance this is first to identify sort of the policies that are in place that could actually advance, the desired goals. And this is exactly what we're doing also at the Youth Connect Africa Hub. Right now at the hub level, we have initiated an exercise, we call it the policy analysis, through which we're coordinating with the countries where we're present to identify what are the policies that are in place that are conductive to youth empowerment? Is there any gaps, you know, we can identify here, or perhaps we can influence or just raise awareness about? Or also, are there any innovative policies that we can actually you know, share as part of our knowledge sharing, or we can replicate in different countries? Sometimes the knowledge aspects is also very important. But once we identify those policies, then we try to really advocate for those policies. We try to raise awareness for those policies, and we try to look for the right mechanisms in order to implement those policies. So you can, you know, you can do it through policy dialogues. You can have an intergenerational dialogues so that the policymakers are aware of these as well. And then, of course, you can collaborate with partners across different sectors, especially, you know, the government also as a main implementing partner to have those policies in place. And from there, I will also touch upon the gentleman's question with regard to this. So really, at the Youth Connect also, we're trying to have a combination, we call it the 3Ps. So the 3Ps are policies, programs, and partnerships. This is what we think is the combination for, you know, an like a maximized impact. So you identify the policies. Those policies can also lead to, you know, programs or decision makers related to the programs, and from there also you're having a better idea of the partners you want to engage and how you want to work as well. As an example for especially green entrepreneurship, I'll for example, in several areas we're trying to identify what are the gaps, you know, in several countries. I think in the case of there's first access really to the information. So what we're doing, and then I will also share a successful example here in Rwanda through the Youth Connect model here. What we do is that, well, the Ministry of Youth is the main implementing partner. They're collaborating with the Youth National Youth Authority, and they're reaching out to the youth at the village level. So it's really identifying the innovative solutions from top and then scaling it up to national level and sometimes to continental level. This will enable us to identify the solutions, but also we reward also those entrepreneurs. We had, for example, at the Youth Connect Africa Summit, we had Youth Connect Africa Awards where we awarded the young entrepreneurs in the environmental sector, but we also try to accompany them, see what capacities they need built, how we can assist them to develop, to scale up, to develop solutions that are, you know, impactful and that are green and sustainable as well. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Daniel, is there any point you would like to add on?
Yes, just on the question in regards to what's the strategy to motivate young people to embrace green entrepreneurship, I will say that there isn't any one particular strategy that will become the silver bullet. Rather, what we are working towards as an organization in partnership with government is to ensure that existing strategies meet their set target. That's, for example, using an example of some of the targets that we have set previously to measure, for example, how many off-farm jobs could be created. But on top of that, when we do our barrier analysis or looking at the different focus groups that we've set up on this project, we did ask ourselves, having enough farm job is another thing, but how sustainable are those? And we do know that when you have the chance to look at the quarterly labor force survey that looks at the level of employment, you also realize that these are targeting the formalized sector, whereas a lot of activities are moving on at the informal sector. So when we talk of green entrepreneurship, we look at it twofold. Those institutions or those businesses or startups that have already, kicked off and are working towards achieving scale. That is to say, they understand the area of focus or the sector that they want to work. But we are not leaving out those who are still at the stage of, the idea stage. And what we did within the focus group is to go around speaking to the different stakeholders. And some of the lessons we learned doing that, especially from the interactions we had with the National Youth Council, is that beyond the national level, there are quite a lot of activities or actions happening at the district level. And what we do is to say, if we can catch them young, if I can use that word, that is to say, at the stage of business where they are still thinking what this could look like, if we could move towards that mindset shift to say, if I am going to start a business, this business needs to be sustainable, then we must have laid a good foundation to ensure that not only the youths within the formal sector, but a teeming majority of young people who are still grappling with starting up their own business gets an idea or knowledge of what it means to run a green business. And also another point I wanted to add in regard to what strategy do we use is to ensure that we are reaching out the different groups of young people, like you saw in the presentation from my colleague, where we are targeting, women-led businesses. And the reason behind that is to also showcase some examples of ensuring that others will understand that this could be done, that it's not just a mirage. So when we do that, we could zoom in on sectors to say, what are the sectors that creates more opportunity for scale? Because if we just touch base and then leave without following through, then it becomes a situation where some people are given a bit of hope and later on they don't get along to finalize or meet their goals. So there are different strategies both within government, but also from the broader ecosystem when it comes to the greenpreneurship that could be utilized. But I think the most important aspect of it, which we are focusing on, is to develop the skills to embed, especially the know-how within the minds of those who have chosen this path. But let's not make the mistake of thinking that everybody will become an entrepreneur. That's not going to be the case. But for those who have chosen this path, our role is to give them the encouragement and the support that they need to meet their goals.
Thank you very much. I'll maybe ask, will be like a follow-up question to both Daniel and Michelle. Are there other programs on Greenpreneurs programs in other countries, and what are like success stories that you can share with Rwandan Greenpreneurs?
I can go first, and Mitchell, maybe you can add up. Challenges when it comes to entrepreneurship, they are human challenges, global challenges. We do run this sort of program or projects in different countries, but they are very much contextualized based on need. I do know that in the UAE, they are focusing on renewable energy. Within the Caribbean, they are looking at different aspects of youth development and employment. And some of the lessons we've gathered from the different teams across the globe is similar to the initial feedback we got when we were doing our focus group. One is the ability to understand clearly what you mean by green entrepreneurship. And that is what we are working towards, trying not just to have a a definition for the sake of using some terminology, but to drill it down to any particular business. For example, you saw the presentation made by Mitchell, where we are looking at the fact that there is quite a lot to be done within the waste management in a sustainable way, whether it be liquid or solid waste. How can you get down to a business to say, this is what it means to be green in that respect? So that knowledge or that confidence to say, I understand what it means to be a green entrepreneur is a challenge that we have to walk through. But also, this is as a result of how we communicate, but beyond communication, how we message whatever we want to pass through to the audience. And that's where we have a lot of work to do. If I am going to speak to, say, young people within the Northern Province or somewhere in the Eastern Province, I usually wouldn't be doing that because I would want my colleagues who could speak Kinyarwanda to do that. But beyond that, we are asking ourselves, do you have some of these terminologies that we use in Kinyarwanda? How do we continuously improve so that someone could say, aha, I get exactly what you're saying when you are using certain words. So that challenge of knowledge that makes sense to the end user is something that we've seen. We talk a lot about the challenge with access to finance, but we realize from places where this is not an issue, there is the challenge of managing the finance. So in this case, you don't have a challenge of walking into the bank, placing your business plan on the table and start discussing on how to access funds. But some of the initial lessons have shown that when some of these entrepreneurs get this fund, they struggle with utilizing it to meet their target. And in that sense, it boils down to education, the skills that you need to run this sort of business. And another point in terms of challenges, which is very global, it's not unique to any particular location, is the issue of understanding the problem or understanding the challenge itself. A lot of times we'll say, if I am hungry, the solution is get me food. As simple as it sounds, nobody asks, why am I hungry, right? Or where am I gonna get the food? So we are so much solution driven that we quickly jump into thinking that once we provide this, the problem gets solved. But within some few days, months, or years, we come back to the drawing table or to square one. So a lot of people should, we keep advising to push a bit from the problem-driven approach. That is to say, if I want to provide food, would I provide it today and tomorrow? Or would the person be able to provide the food from next tomorrow because he or she now understands how to get that? So from a problem-driven approach, you create a broader entry point to finding different solutions to the same challenge. That doesn't happen naturally. It takes a lot of painstaking effort to engage, be honest, to understand what your need is. And that is what we are doing within the consultation. I remember in one of the focus groups, we put on the board and say, after sharing all that you have done as a business to start up, tell us exactly what you are struggling with now. And then it's easy for all the persons we are talking to tell us what they are struggling with now. And then the next question we said, what did you learn from it? And then everybody looks at oneself like, did I really learn anything from the struggles? That's where the challenge starts. If you are not able to learn from the fact that you have hit your head or your leg just trying to get out the door, and it happened the second time and you feel, yeah, it's one of those things, then you have a huge issue. There should be learning from the struggles that we have in starting up a business. From those learning, you can step back to say, how do I now use this learning to effect change? This is a global challenge and it's more predominant for new startups.
Thank you. Just quickly, I can say Daniel touched upon the other Greenpreneur projects and programs that are in other countries and also our global program. So I wanted to call attention to the fact that we do have good examples from Rwanda, Umuti, and also My Green Home, which have been a finalist for the global competition. And I also want to say that, you know, seeing is believing. So that's part of the reason why we have the network, so that we can showcase and put a spotlight on some of these examples and models that are here in Rwanda that are being put in place. We understand that the path to entrepreneurship is not easy. Green entrepreneurship is also doubly not easy. But at the same time, these are the solutions and the models that we need to be put in place in order to address some of these challenges. And lastly, I would like to say that I'm quite sure that someone in this room or someone joining online, they have a fantastic idea, an excellent solution to one of the problems like Benjamin was saying, subsistence farming, improving productivity. And that person may not know where to start, may not know where to get help, may not have good examples to use in order to grow their idea and their business. But the solutions are there and they're within the Greenpreneurs, either as individuals or group of individuals. And we just want to embrace that and continue to nurture that, because that's the way that we're going to move forward.
Well, thank you. Okay, I see we have a few more questions. I'll start by you. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Faida Zubeda Wase. I'm one of the Greenpreneur and the facilitator of the Agriculture and Manufacturing Focus Group at GGI. My question goes toward to Kagalama from BDF. I would like to ask him, like most of the Greenpreneurs pose a challenge of capacity buildings, and I would like to ask BDF if they will be interested in collaborating with GGI and FONERA to organize masterclass on financial management for the Greenpreneurs. The second question goes toward the GGI team. I would like to ask what gives you hope and optimism for the future Rwandan Greenpreneurs? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will also do this. Okay, you had a question as well.
Thank you very much. My name is Kalisa Olivier from 250 Startups. And as part of an incubation and accelerator hub, I'm really curious about one of the components that you mentioned, which is supporting entrepreneurs from the idea level. And since we also support entrepreneurs from the early stage, one of the challenges that they really face is coming up with the proof of concept and developing that first MVP. So I'm curious about the kind of support that you would provide such entrepreneurs at the idea level, maybe thinking that they can't make it or they can't build the initial solution to test it on the market, because that's where if it doesn't work out, then everything fails. So I'm really curious about the kind of supports and maybe the duration of that support and the kind of partnerships you're looking for to make it more sustainable.
We'll have to. Okay, it's becoming interesting. I'll start by you, I think. Yes.
Thank you. I'm John Gumisireza, representing Nyagatare Volunteer Service. As my colleague said a few minutes ago, he commented on about the investment and getting funds for the youth. And of course, one of the colleagues in front commented on it about moving towards security investment for implementation. I'd like you to clarify it for better understanding. If this security comes in, the youth they get scared or they fear to feel engaged in the business because nowhere to get loans, because they have no cultural securities. They are starting the business. So I'd like you to clarify it well. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Pascal Massa. I work here in Austin. My question is, to anyone here. Feel free to answer. So it's good that you're building this network of greenpreneurs, and we are really proud that we can contribute to this ecosystem. But in my experience, it takes time to build partnerships like this, and making sure that every organization, every participant is aligned. Yet when you are an entrepreneur, every day counts. Every day that you are unable to pay your bills, or at the end of the month you are unable to pay for your employees, it gives you almost heart attacks. So what lessons have you learned in this process of putting together all these actors? And have you experienced any challenges? What can you share with the entrepreneurs, and what kind of hope can you give to them that this is going to be executed fast, not like one of those delayed bureaucratic processes that end up not really helping entrepreneurs? Thank you.
Mine is a comment or an offer more than a question. My name is Stéphane Desjouroux. I'm the MD of Inhomoko, and we will gladly offer masterclasses for financial management.
Thank you again. I would like to ask my question based on the answer I got. So I think I agree with most of the question asked in the room. It's focusing on entrepreneurship, but I would just like to really bring on the table another part that is quite green entrepreneurs, but almost left out in most of the discussion, which are the youth involved in civil society sector. And because when I heard the answer, I was like, that's something that we're actually doing. And then based on my experience, we've been acting for more than 4 years without any support, and we have concrete examples of what is our impact on the ground. So my question goes first to GGI. You are bringing up a network that is going to be inclusive and very transformative, where you are willing to collect like all the lived experience and try to come up with a very comprehensive solution. So where is the role, what do you see as the role of civil society youth engagement actors to be active stakeholders? Because for us, networking session, we went to them. Having network session dialogue, we did that. But what's really lacking is the actual commitment for institution to really take the risk and drive with us to that risk so that we can grow. So how are you able to jump in the water with us so that we can really do concrete example on the ground? And then the second question goes to Michelle. You highlighted the major emergencies that we are having, and we have solid waste management, energy, and liquid waste and sanitation. But my major concern is that we are living in the era where the climate crisis is much more predominant and much more visible. So where do you see the role, or like in your 3 main categories? So where do you see the climate crisis taking place? And also in terms of coming up with solution, is there any way you see there could be a linkage? Because me, I can see the linkage, but I would like to understand what is your perspective on that one. And thank you so much.
Thank you. I think we'll have those questions, and we will start by Faida's question to BDF. I'm not sure if John is online. Okay, we'll have him respond.
Yes. Hello?
We can't hear you.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I think Zubeda touched on the issue of capacity building and whether we are ready to partner in this space of capacity building. If I got this question right, yes. As I said in my presentation, I said that we actually, if you are providing financial products, you need for SMEs, you need also to complement it with the sort of capacity building that will ensure that whatever finances that these SMEs get, they will be able to put them in good use, and at the end of the day, realize impact. So we, what we are doing is that we have a dedicated capacity building department, and actually this is my department, Department of Business Development and Advisory Services, and we have different skills, resources are there. We have tools that we use in providing advisory services along business development chain, right from business ideation, business planning, capital raising, and the business implementation. So, and also I said it's very important if we want to move into this direction. It's very important that we move together. It's very important that we forge partnerships. So I think we are very ready to partner with whoever that is ready to partner with us in order to leverage resources, because if we may have knowledge, we might have tools, we may have this and that, but when it comes to resources, for example, there are others that might be having resources, and if we come together, it will be a very good thing to ensure that at least we move together and we contribute to the promotion of green entrepreneurship in Rwanda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we have Greenpreneurs, we have coordinators, and we have training providers. So we have everything. We just have to connect, and you'll be the ones to drive the demand and push coordinators. Next question is directed to GGI on hubs on Rwandan Greenpreneurs.
Thank you, Faida, on that question. And I think I will also link your question in terms of what gives us hope and optimism to some of the lessons we've learned, which is Pascal's question. I think when I look back to when the whole aspect of Greenpreneurs started, some of the issues we grappled with is the competitive nature of it. You call out for applications of ideas, concepts, and then you choose among hundreds and in some cases thousands, and you come up with the first, say, 10, 15 out of those hundreds and take them through the process of training, boot camp, and you select 2, 3, or in some cases 5, and that will be it. We did learn that quite a lot of these ideas that came to the table were ideas that could really thrive if supported. And that is the reason why at the global level, we realize that there is quite a huge demand for this sort of engagement. So that is a source of joy and optimism that the youths are not like giving up to say we don't want to do something. We are also not afraid of trying and failing. There is a difference between failing because you did nothing versus failing because you did something. So the fact that each year we put out this call, we had double the number of participants, and each year the number increases within different geographical regions. For example, I remember in 2017, 18, we just had like maybe 2 or 3 from Rwanda, but the next year we had like 21 applicants from Rwanda, and it goes up that way. So the demand for understanding, testing the waters is there. So which means the young people are not giving up to find a path for them to become entrepreneurs. So that's a huge, optimism for us. I would say, look at where we are, right? Nobody could believe that this kind of hub will be set up within a twinkle of an eye, which means you have much more options to, take up the opportunities that this ecosystem avails. So that's also a source of optimism. I was so happy when the colleague there said we offer, training on financial management. So a lot of times when we don't network, when we go it alone, either because we have our resources sorted out, we realize that we miss out what is happening around us. So that's also a source of optimism. And going a little bit more deeper into some of the lessons we've learned that just announcing 3 winners isn't enough to encourage people who are still struggling with whether their ideas make sense or not. And what we did was to say, this program runs at the global level, but the whole aim is to establish it within the national level, which is what we are doing. So as of this year, the global Greenpreneur program will end, while what they will do will be now to use the platform they encourage to say, look at Rwanda, a lot of action is going there. Can you go talk to them in case you find any business that is interested? So we are now localizing the entrepreneurship space in order for you to have that ability to have a broader pool of people that you can hold hands together and move on beyond just having the winners. So that's an important part of the lessons we are learning. The reason being that when you see the different ideas or concepts that are presented, it's easy for you to realize that an investor or someone who have a tool or model that could help is seeking for the one that is number 30 and not number 1. So can you check within your network or database and say, look, we are speaking to this person. Would you be interested to join to understand what they want? So that broader pool of people that you work with as a family is something that we have learned as lesson that is more sustainable than just the winners takes all and losers, figure their way out. And then lastly, on the lessons, we also do understand that, like what you said, Pascal, it takes time to run a business. So what we preach or what we have emphasized is that patience is important. And some of the people we've talked with in terms of what their business ideas are is we start with saying, where do you see yourself in 5 years, in 10 years? As simple as that question looks like, if you can dream big, then it's easier for you to start working towards how that dream can come true. What we have started doing, I think we did a study 3-4 years ago, talking to the financial institutions. And a lot of them are saying, yes, we give money to traditional businesses or investment, and we don't give money to green investment because we don't know what it is. And what we were saying is, okay, how can we partner with you to open a green desk? That is to say, when an idea gets on paper, you are part of it so that you see how planning is done, how projections happens, what are the skills needed, so that at the end of the day, if the business drops their plan to the bank, they will be able to say, yes, we understand what they are planning to do, and we are happy to put money into that. With that collaboration, you will reduce the risk of someone saying, oh, I choose A because it's something we are comfortable with. So those lessons are things we are working towards, even though from the regulatory aspect of it, there is still also a lot of work that needs to be done. And that's where I am so happy with the work that is currently being done by the Development Bank of Rwanda, where they are focusing on seeing how they could become a green bank. So these are some of the lessons. Make sure that the sources of support when it comes to the tool or financing understands what is needed. And lastly, to your question, Ineza, the civil society always have a role to play when it comes to the society at large. When we started having our discussions with the National Youth Council, what we understood is that cooperatives, they are structured along businesses. And let's also understand that when we talk of entrepreneurship, there are the categories that are more of social impact. They might be non-profit. So in that space, the civil society have a lot of role to play to create awareness, to stand in for those whose voices may not be heard. But most importantly, to become even the go-to point that could provide information or tools depending on where you're located. So while there are the for-profit businesses that we will say, yes, this business is purely for profit, there are quite a lot of businesses that are geared towards the society. And we see quite a huge role for the civil society to sit at the table and say, if we are looking at supporting group A or B, what can you do based on your experience dealing with that? So there should be that interface also between those who are running all out for making profit and adding value versus also those who might be looking forward to support the society at large, not necessarily looking at profit making. I will stop here for now. I know there is a question on investment and security, but I may come back to that later.
Thank you. Maybe before other questions are added, I'd just like to find out if there is any other feedback on Pascal and Ineza's point, and then we can continue other questions. Do you have any other comments that you'd like to add on? No?
I have quite a few, and actually, I actually missed one of the slides in my presentation. I don't know if we can go back to that, but I missed the first slide. But in response to the questions, the climate crisis, Ineza's question, this is something I think about all the time, and GGGI, that's very much at the core and the heart of what we do. So yes, I take your comment and just want to address that the climate crisis touches upon everything. And sometimes we take it for granted when we do events like this and we start talking, and we have to go back and really emphasize that the climate crisis is at the heart of so many different things. But specifically for entrepreneurs, I wanted to touch upon the fact there was a study that found that 30% of stormwater in Kigali, if you could retain that, that would be enough for irrigation purposes. That's a Greenpreneur challenge to you online and to you in the room. Another one is floodwater and stormwater management. This is energy. I talked about the unique characteristics of Rwanda. It's steep topography. You also have increased climate change in terms of increased precipitation events, extreme weather events. This is also energy that's just washed down the drains, and we see what happens at Nyabugogo every single year, every single rainy season. There's many hydropower stations that could be deployed, for example. This is like really out of the box thinking, but this is the way that Greenpreneurs can make change, by being really creative, by looking at the challenges and saying, what can we do? What's possible? Another one is insurance products to maximize things like small payments to protect livelihoods. This is another thing for flooding insurance and landslide insurance. And lastly, payment for ecosystem services. This is something that can be a Greenpreneur idea. This is also a way for civil society to step in. So these are just some ideas touching on the climate crisis and how Greenpreneurs can be transformational. This next slide, I hope it comes up. So this is the Green Growth Index. This is a GGGI tool, and you can see that it includes aspects of green economic opportunities, natural capital protection, efficient and sustainable resource use, and then social inclusion. And you need all four in order to have a resilient society. And this is the way that we do some comparison between countries, but also between these four different aspects. And this is online, the Green Growth Index. And this is the Green Growth Index for Rwanda. And if you can see the green here, this is everything having to do with green trade, green innovation, and green employment. And you think about how much progress Rwanda has made in terms of all the fantastic progress in terms of green growth, but this is missing, and this needs additional support. So you can just imagine how accelerated the progress would be if we had this aspect also strengthened to the point that these other three aspects, social inclusion, efficient and sustainable resource use, and natural capital protection. So we need to do work here. And if we do the work, then the sky's the limit. And I am absolutely, completely optimistic that we can do this, that we can increase green entrepreneurship opportunities and green innovation to the point that it aligns with these other three aspects. And a big part of that is the Greenpreneurs, is the youth, is the women, and the women-led businesses. So I just want to end my comment by saying, Rwanda is one of the fastest growing economies. We know that. We know that Norskin selected Rwanda in the region as its first place outside of Sweden. And there's a reason for that. We know that. And we also know that the ambitions in the NDC to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 38%, to raise billions in terms of climate finance, and also to become a net zero country by 2050, and also a high income country. I mean, these are really high ambitions, and we're not going to be able to do that unless we address this green growth index and the need for establishing an ecosystem that's the most conducive and the most supportive for green innovation and green entrepreneurship.
Thank you very much. I'll just go on Olivier's question. He was asking about the support at the ideation level. Is there any kind of specific support to that group, and or partnerships that has already been introduced? Can you?
One of the roles that we'll play within the network is to first create that awareness that some certain support exists, as well as to check within the knowledge that we have what is lacking. So as my colleague presented earlier in the morning, once we move into 2022, from the results of our barrier analysis as well as the existing ecosystem, we will have a system or platform where you could go in and have a knowledge of who is doing what. But most importantly, if we succeed to have regular interactions, both as a platform, but also individually as businesses, then this sort of support will increase based on who we are talking to or who is already on the ground. So that's the answer I will give to that. We don't want to reinvent the wheel or ask businesses to wait. Rather, we'll say, what do we have at hand that could be a start while we work towards making such support better?
Thank you. Okay, please.
I just want to touch upon a few things that have been mentioned, and I think it also answers the question really of green entrepreneurship and how you get the idea of, you know, you go from idea to not only having like an a startup, but also how this startup can contribute actually to the economic and environmental sustainability. So I think that we're all agreed that the successful entrepreneurship models are the ones, or the ideas are the ones who are addressing a challenge or addressing a need. So we have mentioned, you know, the climate crisis. That is a challenge. Like the challenges that are linked to climate change, the challenges that are linked to, food security, agricultural productivity. Those are the challenges that could serve actually as ways to generate business ideas of green, green entrepreneurship. How do we create businesses that could, help address these problems, and how we could make it also a profitable model? So I think that really it's going back to this idea and to the goal of networks and forum like this. So the idea that someone is thinking of, we ask ourselves the question, before we transform this idea into like a model, can that idea be improved? And how that idea can be improved is by really providing the right ecosystem for exchange, for knowledge, for identifying the technologies that can be used, everything else that could actually contribute to a solid idea to then bring, to transform as a model. So if you're trying to create, to address a certain challenge, for example, water, a water problem, how would you like to collect water? You'd have to interact with people who have experienced, or are familiar with experiencing water. What are the effects of, storms, for example, how we can collect water in an efficient way, and how we can work with different partners from different sectors in order to address those issues. I also want to touch upon what's a very important idea, which is the lifetime of this startup. It's day to day, and we all know that entrepreneurs are hustlers. So you have to anticipate the problem. Nothing is going to be like to go very smoothly. You have to expect the problem. You have to address the problem as it comes to you, and it's very important to also have a plan B. So whenever something is not working, how do we quickly, address it, or at least minimize damage, and then identify the next steps. So those are some of the elements that these networks can help doing. We could link to, it could be used to be linked, to link entrepreneurs with each other, to link peers with each other, with mentors, but also with the opportunities. We're talking about financing opportunities. So, there's a difference between going alone to a financier and saying, I have a project, or being in a certain structure or a platform that could also facilitate. We could leverage the policymakers, the partners that can actually contribute to, to the development of this ecosystem and growth. The last thing I want to touch upon is really I think we sometimes have to also consider the importance of going green and the opportunities they're linked with. So really, when you think about it, when you put yourself in an entrepreneur's, in an entrepreneur's shoes, well, first of all, you have to identify ways to minimize the costs. If you have systems that can help you reduce water consumption and energy consumption, that could actually help your business, and that could actually make you minimize the budget you are investing in your business, and therefore contribute to a faster growth. You can it can help you improve your business offer. If you go, it can differentiate your business compared to other ones. If you're going green, if you're protecting the environment, that is actually an added advantage that you can actually pitch to the investors, so that you can mobilize funds, or you can have their interests also. You can easily, it can help access to finance. it can help you have some subsidies or some, some government programs that are helping you, go in for green businesses. If you have an electric car, maybe you're exempt from taxes. If you have, an innovative system, they might promote your business and therefore increasing your opportunities. So there's so many opportunities in going green as well. Also, there is the recycling part, which is also a solution to a challenge we have. If you're incorporating this recycling model in your value chain as well, it could help not only again reduce the costs, but also really address a challenge, an environmental challenge as well. And lastly, it's also the impact of the community as well. If you're addressing a challenge, the community benefits, you benefit, the community benefits first, and then you improve the model, in your area and therefore across as well. So I'll stop here and I'll thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for insights and sharing. I believe we're going to go for a break. I'd like to excuse those who are online. I know there are those who raise their hands, but I would like to request, maybe we'll take those questions in the next panel, but for now we'll have a few minutes break and then we'll come back online in a few. Thank you very much again.
Thank you.
mentor.
It's really good to go through struggles and get to know where are some of the loopholes, where you can support, where some of the things that you are capable of doing as an entrepreneur.
Access to finance is a critical question that an entrepreneur is looking for, because what you have an idea, as an idea, you can't put it outside if you don't have access to finance.
The sector of waste management is not profitable enough. You are not able to engage people that are educated and that you can pay enough money. So we rely on less skilled people, and those ones, there is a challenge because they don't know very well how to do the work.
So nothing is common. So you always need to be prepared to adapt. The good thing, you are still very young. So you still have time to make mistakes, correct, and progress.
They've been able to, to brainstorm each other how the project is running in Rwanda, what the challenges we are facing, the issues, the struggles, and how, what is the strategy are we anticipating to put in place?
It was a very exciting experience to get to learn from fellow youth, business leaders, and to get to learn of their main struggles and challenges and their solutions and how they are driving their daily business, contributing to climate resilience and green transition.
That was a great experience for me as a facilitator and for all Greenpreneurs.
I highly appreciate the opportunity of being part of the focus group, and I wouldn't be more grateful.
We need young people, we need people with the mindset, the good mindset, innovation to be able to work with ours.
Moreover, the network will create awareness within the existing startup innovation ecosystem through networking engagements, outreaches, and aligning policies to practical needs that benefit the support structure for Greenpreneurs.
This is just the beginning. We've been working with Greenpreneurs for a few years now, and we wanted to
want to confirm that you can, okay, I think you can hear me now. Welcome back. Earlier on, we're talking about different opportunities and different programs that are already present. And now I am here with people who will be introducing themselves very shortly, but they
are in programs or accelerator programs, and they support entrepreneurs in different corners and different areas. And I would like to allow them to introduce themselves and then shortly talk about what they do at their respective companies. I'll start by Magda.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes. So my name is Mafer and I'm managing Impact of Kigali. Do I go ahead and talk about the organization and the programs? So we're a hub. We've been based in Kigali since 2015. We started more as a co-working space and as a community events. We would do community events for social entrepreneurs, environmental sustainability, arts and culture. And then little by little, we started doing more programs to support early stage entrepreneurs. So for the past 3-4 years, we've been doing a lot of early stage incubation. And this last year, we worked more with growth stage startups as well. Maybe I'll take a little bit just to highlight a few of the programs that are relevant for this event. So this year in particular, we took a lot of attention in initiatives that were supporting more green entrepreneurs. Specifically, we had the Climate Launchpad that was in partnership with the Climate Kick. And actually, we have someone in the audience who was a mentor in this program. And this was a program really looking at entrepreneurs at an idea stage that were working on solutions that were contributing to climate change. The program was composed of training modules, mentorship, coaching, and then the top entrepreneurs were invited to participate in the regional pitch competition, out of which there was a Rwandan entrepreneur that was able to make it to the finals. We also had another very interesting initiative that is actually still ongoing, that is called the Lab of Tomorrow on Circular Food Systems. This is a program that is in partnership with Swiss Development Corporation and Nestle. And basically it looks at co-creating solutions that are contributing to a circular food system in Rwanda. We had a period of what we call the empathizing and research phase, where we try to understand what were some of the main gaps in the food system in Rwanda by engaging with key stakeholders, key entrepreneurs, people from the private sector, from the government, from NGOs. And we came up with a few thematic areas that seemed to be very relevant. And then in June, we organized an innovation sprint in which we brought 36 people from different sectors of society. And they came together, and through a sprint going through the design thinking process, they came up with 6 solutions that were co-created. And now these 6 teams moved into what we call the incubation phase of these solution ideas. And they worked on them for like 3 to 4 months. They received seed funding plus trainings and coaching support. And I think in November, we had the final pitch event in which we selected 4 teams that moved into a larger incubation phase of 6 months and accessed larger amounts of financial support. So that's where they are now. They're developing the solutions. You can learn more about them in the website. And right now, we are about to launch on Thursday, the Circularity Accelerator. And this is specifically looking at, again, circular innovations. These are already startups that have running operations and ideally already revenues. And basically the program is really looking at how can they become more circular, either the product itself or the business model. And we've designed a very comprehensive curriculum that is really looking at different aspects of circularity, like circular business models, like how to do a journey mapping, how to work with different materials. And basically the entrepreneurs would have access to trainings. They will also get some seed funding to pilot some of these circularity approaches into their businesses. And then the idea is to also start building sort of a community practice for different entrepreneurs in Rwanda to start engaging with this approach of circularity and to see how can any business in any sector start incorporating some of these approaches into their business. So yeah, I'll stop there. These are some of the initiatives that I can mention and talk about. Happy to take any questions afterwards.
Thank you.
Thank you, McLean. My name is Pascal Marcia. I work here at Norsken. I'm managing director. Norsken, we opened 2 weeks ago on December 2nd. So I think we're the newest here. But I'm also really glad that this event is taking place in this building. I was checking earlier, 92% of our energy is coming from the solar panels on the roof. And that's even on a day when we don't really have enough sun. So we look forward for summer when all our capacity will be coming from renewable energy. So this campus, once it is complete, which will be sometime next year, as you may have seen, there are also some other construction that's still ongoing. We will be able to host 1,200 entrepreneurs, and that will make this the biggest of such campuses in Africa to host startups. And what we really provide here, besides this infrastructure that you're talking earlier about, green buildings. And by the way, it's a very smart business idea also to go green. So besides the infrastructure, which is centrally located, where the stakeholders of all these entrepreneurs are located, their customers, and also besides giving them an environment where they can work and we can help optimize their productivity, because everything you see here has been designed to really optimize productivity, from the walls, from the roofs, from the fact that we have this nice environment without using any cooling systems. So all this has been designed to optimize the productivity of people who are sitting here. Besides this infrastructure, we also want to connect local entrepreneurs also with other mentors, with other partners, so people that they can work with to scale their businesses, not only in Rwanda, but also beyond. For example, in our portfolio, in some of the companies we invested in, mostly in Europe now, we have like the biggest is a battery manufacturer. It's a company called Northvolt. It's $13 billion now. So it's if we can get some of those entrepreneurs to also come here and work with local entrepreneurs, because the challenges people have when they build the businesses, it's not only on financial side. Someone already mentioned, but also once you have the finances, how do you manage that? How do you deal with the day-to-day problems that arise when you're managing a business? So we want to bring people that have already gone through that process of hustling, of building startups, to also work with our own startups, our own entrepreneurs here. And climate is one of the gold mine nowadays for investors, but also for entrepreneurs themselves. So the infrastructure networks, but also we have a venture capital fund that can also invest in some of these startups. I already mentioned that we invested in some of the biggest and fastest growing clean tech companies. And we also wanted to use that experience, like what we have seen by growing these businesses, to also bring that expertise to the companies we invest in here locally. And we are also not the only investor, because in this campus, we also have other VC funds. We also have foundations. So it's not only entrepreneurs, but also the ecosystem, the people that work with these entrepreneurs, either through as investors or as lawyers, accountants, or capacity building organizations that will also be based here. So that's a nutshell what Norsken is about.
That's a good foundation. We have a good background now. Please.
Hello, my name is Titan Dijon. I'm the managing director of Inhomoko. I want to first thank GGI for this invitation and Norsken for hosting us today. Inhomoko has been in Rwanda since 2012. We are the affiliate of Africa Entrepreneur Collective, and everybody knows Inhomoko for our business development services. But we also have a sister company called African Entrepreneur Collective Rwanda Trustee.
So we call it AACRT, which is ours. And what that does is it complements us, our business development services by giving access to affordable finance. So AACRT is actually licensed by the central bank. What can I talk about is, so what we focus on business development services is tax management, financial management, digital marketing, and sales and marketing. Those are the modules that we offer, and we have accelerator, incubator programs that run from 4 to 6 months. We believe in financial inclusion, private sector-led financial inclusion. So we work throughout the country. We're sector agnostic, and we also offer the same services in all 5 refugee camps. Right now, an initiative that I think is important to highlight that we're working on, actually 1 week left to apply, is a partnership that we have ongoing with SNV and GIZ around the Cooking Energy Business Fund. So please apply. Let me stop there and give Olivier a chance to introduce himself.
Thank you very much. And like you said, thank you for GGGI for inviting us, and Norscan for hosting us. Beautiful place. I hope to come back. My name is Kalisa Olivier. I work with 250 startups, and we support entrepreneurs in the technology industry. But again, we are sector agnostic, so we don't really consider any other sector as long as they have a component of technology. And we take these startups at the early stage, a very early stage in terms of prototype level. So as soon as they have a hardware or a software prototype that they can pitch to us, of course, with a business model and the potential to scale, we support 10 of them every 6 months. That's per cohort. And we do have different services that we offer to these startups. We do offer them a co-working space, fully furnished and with access to the internet, as well as connecting them with different interns. We have, through that, we conduct capacity building as well. So these interns are in finance, in law, and in IT, to make a team for a startup to really work with and build their financial documents, build their legal documents, and build their platforms or their hardware products. And these interns are also supported by consultants, experts that we hire and train them, as well as the founders through business development and design thinking courses. So the objective for these startups is to be on the market after 6 months. Although we are a hybrid program, so we do combine accelerator and incubator programs or curriculums, so that we take startups that are already on the market and others that are just starting out, and we make sure that they have a full package, just so that at the end of the 6 months they're investable and they're on the market. So far, we've supported over 50 startups in the last 5 years. And that is over 100 interns in the different fields I've mentioned earlier through capacity buildings. And the success rate for these startups is about 70%, as well as the employment rate of the interns that we've supported. I don't think if I forgot anything, but we do offer also a mentorship program to these startups, matching them with mentors. And some of these mentors are actually our alumni, because we give them a chance to, again, come back and help these startups to refine their business model. So thank you very much.
Thank you all for the introduction. I'll maybe have a question. I have a first question on Impact Hub. You've mentioned about the Circularity Accelerator program, and I just wanted to ask for those who are here and online, how can someone join, and are they part of the existing platform that you have, or an external person can join?
Thank you. Well, for most of the programs, we usually have an open call for applications. We had this call for applications already 2 months ago. So right now we've already selected the cohort for this edition. And the idea would be that it will be a program that runs once a year. And we are partnering with Mava Foundation based in Switzerland and Dune Foundation. They have a lot of knowledge and understanding of like circularity and circular businesses. So ideally, yes, there will be an edition that runs once a year. this cohort will run from, it kicks off on Thursday and it will go until May next year. So the next one will probably happen at the end of 2022.
Right. My next question will go to Norscan. Just want to understand in terms of sectors or industries that you're trying to look at Norscan. Is there any specific sector that you're targeting to support, or any entrepreneur can just come here? And how do you become a member here?
Yeah, when it comes to membership, anyone can be a member as long as you're an entrepreneur. And for us, we believe that the impact we want to bring in this world is creating jobs and also contributing to the tax base. So taxable income that governments, especially particularly African governments, can tap into to invest in the education, the infrastructure. But because we also believe that to be able to support entrepreneurs, it's best when they're supported by other entrepreneurs. And this space itself is being built by entrepreneurs, starting from our founder, but also almost everybody in the management is an entrepreneur, either as part of owner of the space or like in the other businesses or investing in the other startups. So, and also the reason why we are opening this space in phases, it's because we apply the model of MVP. So basically opening this phase so we can have entrepreneurs here, so we can learn from them, because we also don't want to sit with, with our designers and assume that we know everything entrepreneurs need. But the moment they are in here, we can get feedback from them and we can, add features, if I use the language of startups. So anything else that the members, the entrepreneurs who are here, they feel like they need, then we can also like seize those opportunities as we go. And back to your question, because we come mostly from tech background, so if they are entrepreneurs who are using technology and software or hardware, so in this case, clean tech, we have background. So we have invested, we have been boards of companies that are working in this area, and that's really growing very fast. By the way, this is one of the fastest growing portfolio actually worldwide in ESGs. So when you talk about environment, any business that's in that area, it's like being 20 years ago in the internet. So that's really the area to be. So we can bring not only the funds, but also the experience, like how do you package your story so that it makes sense to the investors, to the money managers, to the fund managers, so that they can invest in these businesses. Because entrepreneurs have really, really interesting ideas, but how do you you execute on that idea? That usually makes the most difference. And that's the part that we really feel that as Norscan, we can contribute. And so clean tech, those are the areas that we're most experienced in. So entrepreneurs in those areas have priority, but does not mean that if you are a farmer, you are not welcome, or if you are working in the arts, you are not welcome. So all are welcome.
And they join from they can join from idea level, or they have to have a certain level of.
Yeah, that's a good question. But again, it's 1,200 entrepreneurs. It's 1,000, like these large numbers we're talking about. And our core service is really to give even additional exposure to entrepreneurs who are most likely to create large scalable businesses, like beyond Rwanda, like large businesses. And for that, it means that we tend to prioritize entrepreneurs that already have a certain level of like, if your startup is already looking promising, so we want to accelerate that process so these entrepreneurs can become role models of society, in society. But also we recognize that there are a lot of great ideas that are still at a very early stage. And for those entrepreneurs, they are also welcome here, but we recommend that they work with some of the hubs that will be best here, other hubs that will be best here. For example, Jasiri will be best here. So there will be also others service providers, incubators, accelerators that will be based here. And ourselves as Norskin, we're going to provide those services, but we have people here who will be providing the services, and our focus will be really on the next level. So if you go through all these incubators we have in this country, where do you go next? So that is where our core focus will be.
I don't want to be the only one asking questions. So I will look okay, I have the first question.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm Gisle Lacoze, CEO of Wazo. So we are leveraging blockchain technology to provide traceability services to manufacturers, recyclers. So far, we have managed a transaction of over 400 tons of electronics materials here in Rwanda and Kenya, diverting an equivalent of almost over 3,000 tons of carbon emissions. I have a quick question for ecosystem players here, as well as GGGI. The first question, so when we see the trends which are in African startup ecosystem, most of Nigerian, South African, Kenyan startups are rapidly scaling through different markets in Africa. So it's something they're prioritizing, internationalizing their business model, their products, as well as their business models. And when you just analyze the ecosystem, accelerators and incubators there are actually tailoring their programs in a way that startups can actually internationalize their business model as soon as possible. I mean, on your end, what are you doing to ensure that like most of the startups joining your programs become quickly scalable and internationalize their business model? And I guess this is something that has to be done on every angle or every aspect of the startup, be it the product development, business model, as well as even PR and marketing. So yeah, that's the first question. The second question goes to GGGI. Firstly, I would like to thank GGGI. Actually, in 2019, I visited Kenya Climate Innovation Center, and I was really impressed, but quite jealous. I mean, I was just wondering the reason why we don't have like such a similar initiative in Rwanda, but I'm really so impressed to see GGI taking the first step to introduce the Greenpreneurs network. And I believe the future of Rwandan entrepreneur ecosystem is really quite exciting. So the question I have, when you were presenting the framework, the Greenpreneurs network framework, I believe there's something maybe I think is missing, which is startup to corporate partnership. So it's something crucial if we just want to tap into the power of corporates we have in Rwanda. So not viewing it in a CCR lens, where we just know the corporate social responsibility, but in the business partnership lens. How can we foster startup to corporate partnerships? How can startup develop products that assist corporate transition to circular economy, to sustainability? So I believe this will be a crucial strategy to assist startup to scale. I mean, we're just talking about fundings, but I believe corporates can actually provide great sales to startups, enabling them to scale in different markets, leveraging their value chains since corporates are actually working globally. So I believe this is a crucial strategy that we can take a look at, startup to corporate engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. You'd like to go ahead?
Yeah. Thank you so much for your questions. On the first one around how do we ensure that the businesses become quickly attractive to the international market. At Infomoko, what we do is we work with businesses that are already existing, already registered, and help them scale, grow. And we build on the learnings of the different partnerships or programs that we offer to the businesses. So right now we're working with GIZ on the e-commerce Rwanda Mart platform. So I think when you look at revenue streams, financial management, revenue models, that's when you start working with the entrepreneur to see how do you make more revenue. And in that program and that module, we do look at marketing, sales, where can you attract other clients. So that's how we provide it. To your comment around building partnerships with corporate, existing corporate enterprise. It's true, most of the programs that we personally run are around CSR. They're CSR programs, but I think that they're the first step. I think you're very right. We have to look at how to do more. We worked with Bika Urumuri for the past 5 years, and this year looking at scale and growth. And Bika is an institution that does support entrepreneurship in different ways. I think you're very right that the only way we can scale is when the corporates also integrate the entrepreneurs into their value chains. We are working on our theory of change and what the next 9 years will look like for AAC. And one of the things are market systems approach. So yeah, you hit the nail on the head. So just wanted to comment on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other person would like to?
Yeah, maybe I'll just add, no, because I think I really liked one thing that you said. It definitely working with businesses and helping them scale is one thing, but what you mentioned about the mindset from the beginning, I think that's very important because the market is very small. So for those programs that are working with more early stage entrepreneurs, how do we from the beginning ensure that the products and the business models are designed and developed in a way that will be scalable? So I think that's something that you mentioned that I find very relevant for all the support providers. And there are two ways that I think could be very interesting. One is, of course, embedding in the curriculum. So whatever is it that you're doing as a support provider in your program to ensure that the entrepreneur is thinking of that from the beginning. And the other one that we've started doing now with our programs is because we are part of a larger network, and Impact Hub is in many other African countries. In a lot of the programs, we're running together with other hubs. And we always incorporate this element of peer sessions, which is when entrepreneurs in Rwanda can access and talk to entrepreneurs in Ghana, Nigeria, wherever there's another Impact Hub. And I think that really creates an element of understanding how other markets work, possibilities of partnership, possibilities of collaboration. And I've found that very valuable in the past editions that we've done. So I think that's definitely something we would like to do more. And that also speaks a little bit to what Pascal was saying, like learning from entrepreneur to entrepreneur is quite valuable. And that's something that really has to happen. Yeah, and just right now what we're doing is another thing that we've started designing is a program that is called Deep Dive Africa. And this is more at looking at how do we attract investors for early stage entrepreneurs. And this is a program that is running in 4 countries, Kenya, Nigeria, Ghana, and Rwanda. We've first started doing a big research to understand like how do the 4 markets function, what are the differences, the similarities, and definitely Rwanda is very different than the other 3. So what we, and of course that's obvious, but it was good to really look at the at what were those things that really made it so different, what were those advantages, disadvantages, and then starting to position and understand what happens when we start engaging entrepreneurs that are not so familiar with the African market. So for instance, investors that are based in Europe or in other countries, how do you start training them and how do you start selling each one of the markets? And so we'll have 2 parts for this program. One is sort of training or engaging investors and helping them understand these markets. The other one is working with the startups and helping them be investment ready. And the third element, which speaks to what you're saying, is connecting the startups in these 4 different markets and helping them also prepare, collaborate, work together, and explore possibilities of becoming more scalable and becoming more attractive to investors outside. Because for an investor, if it's just the solution that is looking at the Rwandan market is not so attractive, but if it's a solution that is looking at other markets, it becomes much more attractive. So yeah, I really liked your comments, questions.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to add one thing on that, and that concerns hubs and ESOs. It's more about creating a pipeline. And in that sense, it's really important to scale rapidly. But then again, we need a pipeline to get startups and then again to reach that stage of being investable. So what we do is we work with different universities to first get our markets or our target market, which are the startups in tech. We have partnerships with Rwanda Polytechnic and also University of Rwanda, which feed into most of our startups, but they're not the only ones. And then at the end, we need also another pipeline partner to feed into VC funds around Africa, for example, and to get these startups, which have been incubated through different programs around and are now investment ready, to tap into that network and reach out to those that fund, which is available through, let's say, NOSCAN or other funds around here. So I think it's really important to have a structure, kind of a pipeline to feed the startups into and to scale them, to help them scale, and then to reach that stage of investment readiness and to connect them to the right persons. But also from the beginning, to help them think in terms of scalability, not just the Rwandan market, but how can I reach to the East African region or West African region or Africa at large or beyond. So thank you very much.
I just wanted to add a small comment on your questions. If you look at Sweden, where Norsken originally comes from, Stockholm, the city of Stockholm, the city of 1 million people in a country of 10 million people, but it has more unicorn startups than Berlin, which is a bigger city in a bigger country. Why is that the case? It's because the fact that from day one, when you incorporate in Sweden, you immediately have to think like, how will you scale this outside of Stockholm itself, outside of Scandinavia, even outside of Europe? Our founder, the founder of Norsken, is also the co-founder of Klarna. Klarna is now a $46 billion startup. It's fintech. So he has gone through that process himself. And we believe that the reason why Rwanda was picked is because also easy to practice the same model. So because Rwanda is a small, if you look geographically, it's a small market. But if you look at this policy we have of positioning Rwanda as the proof of concept market, so it's so much easier to build a national impact here in Rwanda. Then you can use that story to raise capital, to attract talent and scale that to the rest of the world. And we always have a very exciting example of Zipline, how they came to Rwanda. Myself, I used to work for Babylon here, Babylon Health. So it's the same story. I really feel like it's a great opportunity that entrepreneurs have who are here, like use this ecosystem, these networks we are building, and become the national champion. Then it becomes so much easier to scale to other countries because you will need the resources. The challenges you will face in the new markets will be different from the challenges you face in your home market. But from day one, all the decisions you make, even if you are just like targeting Kigali, just think like, how will that help you in 5 years or in 3 years when you scale to Nigeria or you scale to South Africa? So that mentality is really something we're very keen to work on. Second, we also have a lot of entrepreneurs who coming from like leaving their own countries literally to come set up shop here at Norsken. So we have like almost 10 startups now from Nigeria who will be coming here. The Health Tech Hub we launched 2 weeks ago has 30 startups from 11 African countries. We also wanted to work with other programs and initiatives to bring a lot more African entrepreneurs here. And that creates a lot of opportunities of knowledge sharing, knowing what works in their home countries. Why did they leave their home country to come and study their businesses here? So that maybe as they scale or re-export their businesses back to their home countries, you can go as partners. And the kind of collaborations you can forge now would be very useful as you expand. I just want to touch also like very quickly on the issue of startup corporates partnerships. It is important that we in the startup world understand that corporates are not charities. So they are not there to save us. So they also have a business. But if you look, for example, from our ecosystem in Sweden, 50% of our costs are covered by corporates. Why? It's because they want to be closer to where innovation is happening. So corporates can also innovate, but they are usually slow in execution, implementation. Yet you startups have the opportunity of being agile, being fast. And mostly corporates are interested in like knowing the competition, because if you're a fintech and you're a bank here, if you're a bank here, you should really know what fintechs are working on, because that can disrupt you. But also spotting talents. So maybe if there's a startup they can acquire or they can partner with. So partnerships can come in different forms, but we really need to see corporates as potentially competitors, but also collaborators. And when we collaborate, it's because we add value to them. So let's understand where they're coming from, where do they see value, and then position ourselves as the startups in the way that serves the interests of the corporates, not just ours, because they're really not there to save us, not their job. Thanks.
Very interesting. I just want to add, because you talked about blockchain and corporate cooperation. I work with Luma Holding. It's an investment company, and in Rwanda we are working in the mining sector, and one of the areas where we are implementing technology, it's traceability using blockchain. You might be aware of that. But the company that is the company that we are piloting the project with, it's MindSpider, which is from Berlin. So I'm not saying that we went in Berlin, but had we known, or is there an environment that allows us to know what is already on the market? Then we could do a cooperation maybe between you and MindSpider to really look at Rwanda as a country and understand different spheres and what do you have to implement. Like, you are already on the ground and you know better Rwanda. So it's really a matter also of coming to corporates and challenging the status quo and saying, this is something that we can support you with. And as he was saying, companies are not going to come as charity companies, but they really want to see that you're trying to help them solve something that is a great issue to them as well. I'm not sure if we have a lot of time, so can we take one more question, or okay, one more? I will give you, sorry. Yes, please.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Brigitte. I work with the GGGI. My question is maybe a thought that I would like us to think about is that I see that we are concentrating probably in cities or in developing cities, satellite cities, secondary cities. But I think about youth in rural areas, women-led organization in a rural, youth-led organization in a rural, who didn't have a chance of having attending probably a high level of education. They are still there, but they are also growing because if you look at the population growth rate of Rwanda, we still have so many in rural areas. Do we have any solutions, or are we thinking about how can we scale our initiatives in those areas so they are not left behind as well? So it can go to, anybody can respond to that. And I'm thinking about what Daniel was saying, that one of the challenges that we have seen in different entrepreneurship programs across the world, one was the context-based solutions. So what are the solutions there for that category of youth and women not based in cities? Thank you.
Thank you. We can try maybe to respond to it. If I am allowed, then we'll take a last one. Not sure, but please go ahead.
So in Homoko, AAC Rwanda, I forgot to mention we're also in Kenya for the past 3 years, and Ethiopia, we just launched. As I mentioned, we work with refugees and host communities. So I don't think entrepreneurship necessarily lies within a city. I think there's demand, and you create a product, and you build your client base. And we believe in gender equality. So right now we have a program that we're running with the Aspen network of entrepreneurs, and it is really focused on women-led businesses. Yes, so I think you're right. There's not a lot of focus necessarily on rural areas, but I know that, for example, we have BDF online with us. They are throughout Rwanda as well, offering support around capacity building and financial inclusion. So I think there are opportunities there, and that we gain to continue on making sure that it is accessible to all.
Thank you very much. No, I think we don't have time. You will have to invite us again and make a follow-up of this conversation. I think it's really interesting, and I will request all of you who are here to create an environment for entrepreneurs to ask questions and reach out to you. I don't know how you'll do, but the first thing is maybe to give your cards to those who are here, but also anytime allow entrepreneurs to have this kind of environment. Now, I think we'll have to close. We have panelists waiting for us online. I just want to give you 1 minute to say something as closing. Please, I'll start with you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for organizing this event. I think it's super interesting and important. And specifically, yes, to of course, the discussion around entrepreneurship, but I really like the angle of green entrepreneurs and what can be done on that end, and what are the conversations around that area. I definitely find it very relevant. The last question, I do think there's a lot of concentration in the cities, and there's a lot of work to do in order to reach also the rural areas and get a wider reach across the whole country. So that's definitely something for all support organizations to think a little bit more and to understand how can the programs be being much more accessible and inclusive. And yes, definitely these spaces are very important. And I'd be happy to take part in more of these conversations and to respond to any other questions in another, either offline by email or at the hub at Impact Hub. You're always welcome to stop by. Thank you.
Yeah, running a startup is really hard. It's hard. When we talk about entrepreneurship here, I sometimes get a sense we think it's really easy, the life of an entrepreneur. So I really want us, when we think about these kind of initiatives, to really try to act with the speed, because for entrepreneurs, that can mean death. If we're still planning to do something in 5 months, for example, some of those entrepreneurs might not survive until then. So really let us try to put ourselves in the shoes of the entrepreneurs we work with and try to understand the struggles they go through, until, sometimes we see the big entrepreneurs that have succeeded, but we try to ignore the troubles they went through to make it. So I would really like to encourage everyone, let's act with speed. Let's take some risks, because these entrepreneurs could have taken jobs elsewhere, but they decided to do this because they believe in the idea. So let's not overplan things and try to have all the strategies in place before we do anything. So adopting the spirit of also acting as an entrepreneur when you're working with an entrepreneur is very important. Thanks.
I would like to finish talking about networks and how important networks are. I think having all of us here as ESOs talking about what we do and how we complement each other is great. Listening to Pascal's example about the different countries, entrepreneurs coming from different countries working around solutions around health is so important. And what GGI is doing right now with the Greenpreneurs network is also very important. Creating data, be able to share experiences, shared learnings, and scaffold with those shared learnings, and be able to see how you can pivot because of seeing what other people are doing in different markets. So I really want to applaud this new network. We're really happy to be part of it. To the question around shared continued conversations, I think Minicom is looking at how they organize us all together so that we have like these standing conversations. And again, big thank you to GGI and Nurskin for having us here. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think my peers have mentioned almost everything, but let me just wrap up by adding something. And that's more of an advice to startups like West Zone. I think not just you, but other startups in the ecosystem, is that let's not try to all be unicorn companies. Let's build our products and let's change. Let's impact our environment, right? Through sustainable growth. Even if we make it after 5 or 10 years, let's just push through and get supported by organizations like us around here. We'll do our best to do that. But let's not forget that it's not all about being a unicorn company. It's all about the impact and the change that you're creating in society at the end of the day. So thank you very much for hosting us and for the invitation. Glad to be here.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. We're looking forward to similar panels very soon. And now, as you take your seats, maybe I will confirm with the technical team if you can have the speech from someone from Ministry of Environment to give us some few words of remarks.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me well. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Just trying to share my screen. Well, I think the technical team can help me share the screen because I cannot share. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. My name is Theophile Dusengimana. I work for the Ministry of Environment. I'm in charge of environment and climate change policy. Ladies and gentlemen, I first thank the GGGI for this opportunity in organizing such a great event as we try together to implement the Sustainable Development Goals and also specifically looking at environmental protection and also dealing with the impacts of climate change. My presentation will be briefly on the climate change impacts and also presenting about the existing policies and strategies, and also highlight some entry points where youth engagement is provided for, maybe to clarify that the government has put in place a conducive environment for youth and women to participate in addressing environment and climate change matters. We'll have a brief introduction. We talk about climate change in Rwanda, impacts, institutional policy and legal framework, and also talk about the youth engagement. Climate change is a change of the climate that we can qualify as a long-term shift in temperature and other weather patterns, but these changes have to be attributed to human activities. With the quantities of greenhouse gas that human activities release to the atmosphere, they disrupt the global climate and thus contribute to the global warming. And then finally, we have these extreme weather events that we feel badly. Rwanda has taken a strategic decision to pursue a green growth, and in that way, it put in place strategies, policies, and a legal framework, and even institutional framework to provide that conducive environment such that we have a high-income country with the high living standards by 2025, by 2050, but also resilient to climate change impacts. We are vulnerable to climate change despite our very low contribution to the greenhouse gas emissions, this 0.01%, but because of four among the other reasons, we are vulnerable. We depend on a rain-fed agriculture. Our economy depends on natural resources. We have the imbalance between the population growth and natural resources. And also there is that lack of sufficient financial resources to invest in climate change, adaptation, and mitigation. These are among the other reasons that increase our vulnerability to climate change. We are increasingly experiencing severe drought, floods, and landslides that hit different parts of the country. We feel the drought in the east, floods and landslides in the north and the west of the country, and also we experience it in our cities, especially Kigali, with the rapid urbanization we have. We experienced such flash floods. This affects negatively our economy with the loss of lives of people, our properties, the infrastructure damaged, the soil is degraded, and then our water is polluted. This is an example that in 2007, the losses associated to floods accounted for between 4 million to 22, around 0.6% of the GDP. And the projections for the future climate change estimates that the 1% of the GDP could be the loss in 2030 associated with the climate change impacts. But on this one, we count the floods and landslides. These are some pictures showing the magnitude of the problem. We have land degradation, we have landslides, we have soil erosion, and we feel floods. And these pictures show in the left corner, it's in the northwest of the country in Nyabihu. We can see the following picture where the road was destroyed, and you can see down in the left the floods in the cities, and down in the right, on the right side, you can see the hillside mudslide. On this picture, you can see the impact of drought, where the crops are completely failed, and this lead to losses in the economy and also the livelihood of the people, and can affect negatively different investments made in the sectors. So to deal with these problems, the government of Rwanda set the environment and climate change institutional arrangement chaired by the Ministry of Environment with the affiliated agencies and also other stakeholder institutions in the sector of environment and natural resources, and also working in collaboration with the local government. And finally, the environment and natural resources sector working group will include different stakeholders at ministerial level, central agencies, NGOs, civil society organization, private sector, and development partners. Apart from this institutional framework, there is a policy and the legal framework. For the policy framework, we have the leading strategic vision of the country, the Vision 2050, of the National Strategy for Transformation. Both the target is to make Rwanda a high-income country with high standard of living. And the Green Growth and Climate Resilience Strategy has the goal to make Rwanda a developed, low carbon and climate resilient economy by 2050. And then we have the environment and the climate change policy of 2019 with the goal to make Rwanda a nation that has a clean and healthy environment that is resilient to climate change and variability, and also that is able to support the high quality of life for the society that we aim at by the Vision 2050. And then we mainstreamed environment and climate change into different sectoral and cross-sectoral policies. Like, to mention a few, you have the forest policy, the land policy, water policy, we have the infrastructure policy, the settlement policies, urbanization policies, the energy policies. Such policies mainstream environment and climate change aspect and complement each other to set the scene for action on this area. Moving to implementation, we have the legal framework to enforce the provisions of policies. On the particular case of environment, we have the law on environment of 2018 with its ministerial orders. I highlight the environmental impact assessment, environmental audit, and strategic environmental assessment because the entrepreneurship part complies with these legal instruments at the very start of the business. And then we have the multilateral environmental agreements that we domesticated into our legal framework related to chemicals, other related to environment and biodiversity, and the last three, the ones on climate change. Particularly on climate change, we submitted a nationally determined contribution, the updated one, updated the first one of 2016. That was the intended nationally determined contribution by the ratification of the Paris Agreement, December 2015. But by the ratification, 2016, it became our first NDC. And then now we updated it to raise the ambition and also to clarify on the quantification of targets and priorities. And this time around, we have the target to reduce that 8% of GHG emissions. And our priorities here fall under different sectors, such as energy, IPPU, it is industrial processes and product use, the waste management sector, in transport, in agriculture, and also nature-based conservation initiatives. On the adaptation part, we target to enhance resilience of the economy into different sectors like water, agriculture, land, forestry, human settlement, transport, health, and mining. This climate action will require an investment of 11 billion, among which mitigation will require 5.7 and adaptation require 5.3. And I have to mention that 60% of the investments are expected to come from resources externally mobilized, and the 40% are expected to be internally or domestically mobilized. The environment and climate change policies try to integrate the principle of inclusiveness, and the youth is, if I can say, at the centerpiece. The engagement in environmental management and climate change, intervention and decision making, promoting innovative solutions of citizens, and also participation in international negotiations around the international treaties. And we have had some examples of participation of youth, and this is to mention that youth engagement is empowered. Our updated NDC will be implemented with inclusiveness and collaboration with all stakeholders, including young entrepreneurs. It also provides for capacity building and technology transfer among the key requirements for effective implementation. And also the government will continue to advocate for and explore the development of adequate policies and programs to support innovative solutions to deal with environment and climate change challenges that we have. This is comes to the end of my brief presentation, as I was requested to highlight the existing policies that support youth engagement to participate in environment and climate change, and then building resilience of the economy of the country. So thank you very much. Hello, Raisa. Were you able to hear me, or I was talking to myself?
I think we should now have Natasha joining us in a few. Apologize for the technical issue.
Hi, hello, everybody. If Pamela, you could please assist me and make me host just so I can put up my presentation. Thank you. I hope everybody can hear me. I apologize, I do have technical issues, and for some reason, my camera is not cooperating. Raisa, let me know if you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Okay, that's great. So I'm just gonna wait to get host privileges, and then I can start. Okay, great. I will begin. My name is Natasha Ndahiro, and I'm a project analysis specialist with the Rwanda Green Fund, otherwise known as FNARA. Just for those of you who may not know what we do, FNARA was established in 2012, and we mobilize, blend, and coordinate finance to support the delivery of a green economy. We invest in both public and private projects, and the fund is continually proactively creating an ecosystem of institutions, companies, and different financing vehicles to accelerate and provide growth capital to high impact green ventures. Next slide, please. As has been repeated, I think, throughout this event, first of all, I'd like to thank GGI for the invitation. The impacts of climate change are very much present, and the solutions rely on working together with both the private and public sectors. A key component of the mandate of FNARA is to promote and support private sector climate mitigation and adaptive projects in Rwanda. In addition to the gaps that were recognized in terms of FNARA's contribution to the private sector, our programs and project work and are in alignment with the ambitions of the Green Growth Climate Resilience Strategy, which also encourages green growth-led private sector. We all aim to continue to build for Rwanda. So with this in mind, FNARA is establishing a green growth hub to comprehensively address the matter of scaling green businesses in Rwanda. And the hub will serve as a platform to build and accelerate green businesses that have the potential to contribute to climate change, mitigative and adaptive measures, as well as continuing to create more green jobs. Next slide, please. So you may be wondering why a green growth hub in Rwanda. So green ventures thus far remain few in Rwanda and face several challenges. For instance, cost of going green for businesses, there's longer gestation periods, unproven business models, market acceptance, product development and testing, and the financing to do all of the above, just to name a few factors that have been highlighted that continue to limit the growth of different prospects for SMEs, especially green ventures. So in terms of a solution, the Green Growth Hub is going to work to create a unique value by offering ideation and acceleration services, which includes training, market assessments, technical assistance with capacity development, all while trying to reinforce the existing incubators. The program's framework will be underpinned by building market awareness, financing green ventures throughout the life cycle of green businesses, all the way from the beginning, which would be the ideation stage, to grow into an established business. And this will be in addition to addressing the different challenges displayed on your screen, as well as helping businesses navigate other regulatory challenges specific to green businesses. And a lot of these challenges were highlighted during the different stakeholder engagements we had with regard to the Green Growth Hub in Rwanda, of which I believe many of your organizations were a part of, but I will leave it here just in case there are any more questions. Next slide. So the Green Growth Hub will focus on 5 main areas. There is ideation, incubation, acceleration, ecosystem building, and finally partnerships. In the incubation stage, it'll be supporting green businesses at large, but specifically focusing on youth-led innovations and trying to leverage them to turn them into sustainable businesses. Oh, sorry, could you go to the previous slide? Thank you. With regards to incubation, they'll be focusing on venture building services and adapted financing solutions, especially for green businesses. With regard to acceleration, so businesses that are at that stage, there'll be more of a focus on proven business models throughout the right mix of business development, as well as growth financing, which will add hopefully to the current gap that has been highlighted throughout this event within the incubator ecosystem. with regard to ecosystem building, there'll be a focus on strengthening and building the green business ecosystem within the private sector in Rwanda to increase market acceptance of green products and foster the right policies with partnership with different institutions to just continue enabling the scaling of green businesses within our private sector. And finally, with regard to partnerships, there'll be a lot of emphasis on developing partnerships for the mobilization of both international expertise as well as financial resources. Can I have the next slide, please? Thank you. So this is a visual. Hopefully you can see the whole thing. Okay, that's better. This will be a visual of the Green Growth Hub and the different stages that were mentioned in the previous slide, the details that will go into those different phases. Our primary focus will be on mobilizing international expertise as FANERA, as well as mobilizing financial resources. We're currently in the process of capitalization for the program. And on top of the support that the Green Growth Hub will provide for green ventures, we also want to add that element of adaptive and mitigative measures against climate change. So we're encouraging scalable businesses that help mitigate tons of CO2 in the air and different innovative and sustainable solutions to the different impacts we have because of climate change. With regard to ideation, FANERA is currently in the pilot phase. As part of the Green Growth Hub, which is the larger umbrella, there's a smaller program that hopefully a lot of you have seen, the Incubator and Accelerator program, which is aiming at incubating startups and accelerating scalable ventures, but it's also acting as a pilot for the Green Growth Hub. We recently published and closed a call for proposal that was seeking entrepreneurs as well as other private sector players to submit their ideas to be part of the program. And this will guide us and inform us on the work that the hub will do, as well as highlight other gaps that we may have not noticed. In pursuing a pilot program first, I think FANERA wanted to focus on a more agile approach, testing the potential of the Green Growth Hub, as well as assessing the different needs that will come out of the incubator program and the different solutions that the Green Growth Hub can provide to the Rwanda's private sector with specific regard to green ventures. Next slide, please. So there are 5 key priority sectors that not only align with the Green Growth Climate Strategy, as well as FANERA's own strategy, and the 5 areas of biomass replacement, sustainable transport, alternative waste, and green cities, and climate smart agriculture. And I'll just give a brief run through for each. With regard to biomass replacement, we saw this as an opportunity to encourage that transition to sustainable biomass value chains. So moving away from fuel and focusing more on, for instance, efficient cooking stoves. With regard to sustainable transport, I think Rwanda is making that transition from fuel-based to more e-mobility, so stimulating investment within that area. The 3rd priority sector will be waste management, so understanding the urban waste challenge within our city and outside of Kigali as well, and trying to introduce opportunities for circular economy investments across the value chain. Green cities, which is the 4th priority area, I think this will be a chance to encourage and facilitate that transition into green urbanization, especially with sustainable urban initiatives such as green buildings or sustainable construction. And this could be anything from the material that's used to the houses that are built, et cetera. So finding more recyclable alternatives to be introduced will be part of the measures used for urban initiatives to make it as green as possible. And lastly, there's climate smart agriculture, which we are focusing on managing cropland, livestock, forests to address the different challenges, especially with regard to Rwanda. I think the largest challenge being food security and how climate change impacts this area. That's it for my presentation. I know I ran that through very quickly. Please feel free to send me your questions. And thank you so much again, GGI and Pamela, as well as everybody for this platform. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Natasha. This is indeed a very insightful, sorry, still having my mask on. This is very insightful. I've been told we also have Professor Darrell online, and he would like to deliver his remarks. Can you hear us, Darrell?
Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. It's nice to be joining you from London. I wish I was back home in Rwanda right now, but I'll be back in a few weeks' time. So thank you very much, and well done, GGGI, and on a great event, and all the speakers. And thanks to Norskin for hosting the event. I look forward to being there and seeing the venue when I'm back at Christmas and New Year. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, so I have a small presentation, but it's just really, I think, building upon the conversations that you've already had today. As co-founder of a younger player in the market, Shibuka, a local non-government organization that we established in 2020, just before the March 2020 lockdown. I'd like to share a small presentation I've put together, if the host will enable me to share my screen. Excellent. Great. So, okay. So let me, let's try that again. Share again. Let me put together my presentation again. Okay, so let's get into that mode. Okay. Okay, start again. Okay, I'll do it in that mode then. That's fine. Can you all see that?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so thank you very much. I know we're overrunning and short of time, but I don't want to spend too long. I was just asked really to talk about, you know, how do we guide the development of young entrepreneurs in Rwanda so that they become sustainable entrepreneurs, which is a concern of ours. And really the journey of Shibuka started back in 2016, when as a professor at University of Westminster here in London, I was fascinated by the developments that Rwanda had made in terms of gender equality and youth and women's economic empowerment issues. But I was struck, unfortunately, by the fact that when I went into my classrooms and my lectures in London, there were many students from around the world, indeed students from Nigeria and Ghana and Kenya were in the same room as students from Europe, but I saw no Rwandan bachelor students. So really what we did, me and my colleagues, we created a bridge. We created a $100,000 funded program through our university, linking University of Westminster students with University of Rwanda students to try and understand more about how we could create social change within Rwandan businesses, how we could create social enterprises. And that, out of that project, the Rwanda High Commissioner in the UK asked us, so what are we going to be doing next? How are you going to be scaling up to support more young entrepreneurs in Rwanda? And so, you know, fast forward 2017, 2018, more research, more conversations, more ideation, more iteration of the idea, more evaluation of the options. We then decided that the best course of action was to create a locally registered NGO called Shibuka. And many of you will know that Shibuka means to come from the earth to blossom to regrow. So we felt it was highly appropriate. We also felt it was highly appropriate to create a Kinyarwanda named organization, as we are a local NGO. I'm very blessed. My wife is Rwandan. We're expecting a baby in a few weeks' time. So we're blossoming and regrowing as well. I only hope that I can be back in Rwanda before the baby comes through the earth, so to speak. So really, you know, what we wanted to do was to create an environment where young innovators could have access to global knowledge. I've heard that said this morning. I think that's really important, what was said by other speakers. Global knowledge transfer, but also, I think more importantly, global knowledge exchange. There is much that Rwanda can teach others across the world, and there are much that others can teach Rwanda. And I think that co-creation and that collaboration is essential if we're to develop a sustainable entrepreneurial ecosystem within Rwanda. So we're firmly rooted, planted, Shibuka, in Rwanda, but of course the opportunity is much broader than that. And the opportunity then is to create a made in Rwanda solution that can then be exported across Africa to transform the lives of many others across the continent, and also to impact on, we always talk about the journey, the entrepreneurial journey. So from idea to innovation, from innovation to innovator, innovator to founder, from founder to early startup entrepreneur. I think many young people still feel they can wake up in the morning with an idea and think that by the end of the day, they've set up something, they're an entrepreneur. And I think we just have to remind them that there are many steps that it takes to get to where they want to get to. We talk a lot about baby steps. Baby steps, step by step by step by step. And sometimes you have to go backwards and forwards and sideways to get to the next stage of the development process. And we find that not just with young innovators in Rwanda. I'm a professor at University of Westminster in London. I had many students yesterday pitching their final year presentations yesterday in terms of the entrepreneurial ideas that they're developing. People from Europe, people from India, people from Africa, and young people do seem to feel that it's a very quick process. We must remind them that it takes time to cook, it takes time to develop something very special. Now, of course, there are obvious challenges right now in Rwanda. Indeed, only a few months ago, the senators called for new strategies to tackle youth unemployment. I was listening in earlier. We're very much about being part of Rwanda and developing a beyond Kigali model. As people, I think, said, I heard a speaker from GGGI talked about what's happening in the rural areas. So that issue needs to be tackled because innovation and entrepreneurial development should be available to everybody in Rwanda, not just those that have access, those that are in the cities. So we're talking very closely to MinICT about the local hubs that they're creating with EU in Rwanda funding. We're also now working very closely with the IPRC principal in Karongi within Rwanda Polytechnic to ensure that we develop within the Rwanda Polytechnic an ecosystem that sustains students within the lifetime that they are at Rwanda Polytechnic and beyond. We're at very early stages with her in developing a joined up ecosystem for Rwanda Polytechnic. So I did have milestones here, but I've changed it to baby steps because I think what we try and do is show young innovators that we are practicing what we're asking others to do, which is to take the steps of development required in order to get to where they want to get to. So as I said, you know, in 2015-16, I started to get interested in a professor in terms of entrepreneurial policy in Rwanda. It was 2020, just before the lockdown, when Shibuka became registered as an NGO. And we had to pivot. And I think that's another lesson that young entrepreneurs have to learn. This need to be agile, this need to pivot, certainly to the COVID economy, certainly to the digital economy, and certainly recognize that we are still very much in a pandemic world and could well be for some time to come. So really, young innovators, I hear it from all of my colleagues, I'm sure they're all doing the same as we are, which is to encourage young people to constantly, be aware of how do they develop solutions that are market driven? How do they develop solutions which are market creating innovations? A good friend of Shibuka is Karen Dillon, author of The Prosperity Paradox, through the Christian Institute. And, we're very much a firm believer in the philosophy that you have to ensure you understand the needs of the market. You have to understand the pain and struggle faced by your communities and by your potential customers. The only way to build sustainable enterprises around the world is real customers, real revenue. You have to develop sustainable commercial models, whether you are an NGO or whether you are a for-profit. You've got to find a way to keep the lights on in your enterprise. You have to pay the bills. You have to pay yourself. And so I know also that there are colleagues here who work very hard with young entrepreneurs in the innovation and business development space to enable them to understand tax planning, financial planning, absolutely critical to success. Any enterprise needs to be commercial, needs to have paying customers, and founders need to recognize that we are in a post-COVID world. Possibly not. We're certainly still in a pandemic world, and mindset becomes very important. It's not always about the idea, it's about how people grow into that idea and take their idea forward. So I'm not going to go too much into this, but we think certainly critical success factors for young entrepreneurs is to build resilience, to accept their responsibilities and be accountable for their actions. And we firmly believe there has to be some degree of jeopardy in the relationship between the organization supporting the entrepreneur and the entrepreneur themselves. It has to be understood that there is value being provided through the ecosystem, and equally in return, young innovators and young founders have a responsibility, not just to the incubator or accelerator program, but also to the country. A lot of the work we do, we believe it's about supporting, providing very close mentorship in the very early stage of entrepreneurial development. And we've done some interesting experiments with secondary education students, university students, and probably our largest program is our Kwamaganga, our online clinic, where we're supporting around 200 young entrepreneurs across Rwanda now in a community of practice. So this is all very important. Individual responsibility, peer-to-peer mentoring, taking accountability, close mentorship, feeling that people are part of a community. These are all essential ingredients to being a successful entrepreneur in Rwanda. And it's not, what I'm saying now, as others know, is that we can't just, it doesn't just happen. It takes quite a lot of time. There are differences, as somebody recognized, between Nigeria, Ghana, Nigeria, and Rwanda. It's important that we understand the cultural context of Rwanda, and therefore we align the model of development to what is feasible and possible within the Rwandan sector. We make no apologies for the fact that we believe that social enterprises are the way forwards across Africa. And actually, we would go a step forward from that and say that it's important that every organization takes a shared value creation perspective, that we should be encouraging young innovators to certainly recognize and develop economic value within their businesses or their NGOs, and also to recognize the impact that they have on society, linking and aligning their objectives to the National Strategy for Transformation, and also critically how they can contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals. And we believe there's a long way to go still in educating, informing young people about Sustainable Development Goals. Again, some of the work that we've done as an experiment at University of Westminster is now to encourage all bachelor students developing ideas to show how they are contributing to Sustainable Development Goals, and to point them and guide them in the right direction. You know, just choose one or two Sustainable Development Goals that you feel your organization can contribute to, and don't just tell us what you're contributing to, but how and why as well. So that's a vitally important part of the process as well. Just some key things some insights that we've discovered, and I don't think this is any different to what we've already heard from colleagues at Norskin and Imakoko and Startup 250. Certainly we need to constantly remind and develop and guide Rwandan young innovators to be aware of the market, to explore, to discover, to be inquisitive, to be curious about what's happening in the world, what's happening in Africa, what's happening in Rwanda, and also to understand how they can use that knowledge and information and transfer it into opportunities that are going to transform their country. We have to remind young people that it's very much at the beginning stages, that it's very, very fuzzy and it's very iterative. It's a 360-degree existence. So we know that young people want to go straight to implementation, and then we find that young people haven't yet done all the groundwork, that the foundations are not there to enable them to grow and build, to learn, to grow, to build, to develop, to create that sustainable platform. Once they've created that, then yes, sure, then register an NGO or register a limited company, but make sure you've done the work first, the research, the ideation, the iteration, the ideation, the iteration. And I think we have to continually remind young people that this is about going round in circles sometimes. I know sometimes they say to us, it feels like we've been here before. Well, they probably have, and necessarily so. You know, I think the stage gate process of development from new product development is something that's very important, and we need to ensure that we take them through the baby steps, step by step by step. We have to constantly remind them of the lean startup innovation process. We've all been there. We all have a great idea. We're all passionate about an idea, but we need to ensure that young innovators understand the process. And the process is there for a reason. It's validated, it's verified, and it is a model of development that shows that if you follow the steps, you're going to be more successful than not. And I'm sure we all want young people we support to be successful. Now, I think we also want to encourage them to fail well. It's okay to fail. We all know, as people that are mentoring young innovators, that it's okay to fail. In fact, you need to fail and learn from those experiences in order to move forwards. Failure is not give up and that's it, I'll walk away and I'll never be developing an idea again. Learn from the failure. And I think we owe a duty of care to young people to make sure that when they do fail, we're there to support them, to ask them questions, to guide them so that then they can grow and build and take their ideas forwards. So appreciating the importance of drafting, redrafting, sharing, very importantly in Rwanda, more conversations need to be had. More conversations need to be had, not just amongst ourselves. I hope that now that GGGI has set this in motion, I hope that all organizations involved in supporting entrepreneurs will come together and understand where we can co-create new solutions for the country. And because I think we have to lead by example, and we have to lead by example by showing other young people that the conversations need to be had, that building a community of practice amongst yourselves is important, that peer-to-peer collaboration and mentoring is the way forwards to build yourself sustainably and resiliently. More conversations, more research, more planning, continual reflection, ensuring that there are opportunities and safe spaces where young people can reflect on their journey from student to innovator, from innovator to founder, from founder to entrepreneur. We've done a lovely pilot recently with IPRC Mazanzi, where we developed an Urugendo program, a community program, just to enable 15 young entrepreneurs to move from idea to research, from research to prototype, from prototype to showcasing their developments as a minimum viable proposition. The more that we can support young people in the early stages, and again, this isn't just a Rwanda issue, I feel this at University of Westminster with our students as well. The more we can support them, the more confidence they can get through talking, having conversations with each other, with global speakers, global specialists, mentors, the more they're going to be able to develop an idea which takes them to a minimum viable proposition. Baby steps is the sustainable way forward, step by step by step by step. Phased, agile, experimental approach, learning by doing, delivering, developing, documenting their story along the way, using digital media to story tell their development, the development of their idea, getting all of that in place before they then think about scaling up. Scaling up comes much later down the road for many of the young innovators that we are supporting. So, we've put together a very simple canvas. Of course, we all know the business model canvas and a social enterprise canvas. We've just put together a shared value canvas, which we're beginning to trial, really based upon the Michael Porter philosophy of shared value creation, and really getting young people just to think about some simple questions. What is the pain and struggle facing the customer? What is the solution you're providing, and why are you uniquely placed to provide it? What resources do you also need around you to deliver that solution? Who's your target customers, not just in terms of demographics, but in terms of values and lifestyle as well? Thinking through sustainable development goals, absolutely critical. What is the value that you're providing? Why should an investor invest in you? Why should a customer part with their hard-earned cash into your business? What is your business model of development? And just taking people to the next stage, which is the minimum viable product. So I know there are colleagues here that are working with more advanced entrepreneurs who have maybe been trading for 3 to 5 years. A lot of our work is in the early stages of development. We recognize that the change needs to happen within secondary education, perhaps even in primary education, where we start to encourage creativity and innovation and play. We ran a lovely pilot program with Green Hills Academy, which was getting grade 11 students to start thinking about developing social enterprise solutions. But also, giving them some critical skills that they need in order to move forwards along their journey as a student or in developing a business. And now, as I said, we're working with IPRCs through Rwanda Polytechnic, where we believe also there's a great amount of work that can be achieved in the TVET sector, ensuring that we embed within the TVET sector this innovation and entrepreneurial spirit, so that when students come out the other side as early startup founders, they are much more equipped. They've got the critical skills in order to then move forwards confidently, persuasively, and certainly more resiliently. Okay, so thank you. I'm just here to reinforce what colleagues have said. I'm looking forward to the development of this ecosystem. I'm looking forward to being back in Rwanda in a few weeks' time, and hopefully I'll be back in time before my wife gives birth to our baby. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and congratulations on the baby coming. Lessons learned, baby steps, and remain agile. So thank you very much, and thanks for sharing your business model canvas. I hope it's going to be useful for other entrepreneurs. Next and last but not least is a panel discussion with Greenpreneurs in Rwanda. We'll discuss briefly about their success stories. So I'll call on the floor Ineza Umuhoza, Gislain Irakoze, and Benjamin Tuyizere to join the floor, and we'll proceed from there. So we are back. I'm here with Gislain, Benjamin, and Ineza. They're all Greenpreneurs, and I'll maybe start by allowing you to introduce yourself and a bit of background about your company, and then we'll proceed from there.
Thank you, everyone. Maybe I can allow me to. So my name is Benjamin, and I'm from UKC. UKC is stand for Uruhimbi Kageo Cooperative. So it's a youth-run entity, which is mandated to provide hydroponic fodder system to livestock farmers in Rwanda. So we are based in Gicumbi district, which is northern part of Rwanda. So we are happy to be here, and we really appreciate this fruitful events that you, GGI through Greenpreneurs, have been able to organize, and we see is very fruitful. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Ineza Onhoza Grace. I am an eco-feminist, impact-driven actor in the climate change sector. I am part of a Rwandan civil society called the Green Protector, where we aim to increase an active youth participation in the creation of a better protected environment in our community. And for the record, you're not private sector, as many here are. We are from the civil society sector. I am also part of the global coalition of youth to address loss and damage. And in short, what we do is to really showcase that youth voice matter, especially in the decision-making process, and that we are capable to design a project that is going to be able to be implemented in the community to really increase a climate resilient for our planet. Thank you.
Okay, I'm Sisri Dakose. I'm founder and CEO of Wayzone, and beyond that, I'm a sustainability consultant and an advisory board member of Global Green Grants Fund, which is a fund that was established to assist civil society and social enterprises globally to tap into several green financial instruments. I'm also advisory board member of EU Commission Youth Sounding Board, which is a newly established board to assist the EU Commissioner for youth-related matters internationally. So at Wayzone, what we do, we just provide blockchain-backed traceability services, enabling manufacturers, recycling actors to trace electronics materials throughout supply chain and different value chains. Yeah, and as I said, so far we have managed a transaction of over 400 tons of electronics materials. And right now we are scaling to different markets in East Africa and even establishing or acquiring new clients, especially clients in manufacturing in the sector, business sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is good to hear that we have both the civil society and the private sector here. And I want to understand your experience so far in terms of the ecosystem or what Rwanda offers. Where can you describe Rwanda in terms of where we are, what needs to be done to basically leverage on opportunities that business owners are bringing up? And in terms of policy making, do you think there is something that has to be done more? Please shed more light on that.
Thank you. I think that I would describe Rwanda as a safe space in such a way that Rwanda is currently creating a platform that's helping young people to experience throughout different sectors. Speaking point to the agriculture sector we are basing in, so we are trying to incorporate hydroponic fodder system, so in such a way that we maximize small land we have in Rwanda. So we make sure that we deliver hydroponic fodder to livestock farmers at good quality, cost effective, and sustainable. So because of the role of challenges within the livestock sectors. So in Rwanda, speaking to the perspective of the motivation government for Rwanda is putting in place. So as we have seen, there is funnel where there is actually giving space for young people have innovations. So helping them, there is attraction of foreign investors coming in Rwanda. So then we also have the rising point of IT service of technology, helping young people to be able to effectively, put innovation in space. So I can say that Rwanda is the right place. Then, of course, currently, despite the challenges we might still have, but then we know that the struggle is key of learning as entrepreneur. That's why. So I see there is good a way to go.
Thank you for the question. And to answer, I will just start by saying it's really possible to drive impact as youth, especially in the civil society sector, if you are based in Rwanda, because we have policy instruments that really ensure that youth inclusion will not be tokenistic. So I'm sharing an example. We started our engagement in 2017. We were still students in the University of Rwanda. But at that time, we really did not understand clearly the scope of urgentness that we needed to act because we're in the climate change sector. But with the support of local institutions, we were able to be guided in order to be to know how to strengthen our focus. And by the fact that we were able to be supported, we become what I can say as a hope for other countries, because now Rwanda is, I'm just saying what I know. Rwanda is the only country in Africa where you are able to see that youth are able to be included in the decision-making process on the national and international level. And I'm speaking that because we also hosted 6 young negotiators following the climate change negotiations since 2018. And then on the other side, we're able to be trained to be able to really go from ideation to have something concrete that we can have for our community in terms of building resilience. We have projects that is able to be implemented in the community. So all that is only possible because Rwanda is just a special country where the policy is in line and the willingness of the youth is also in line. So what really matters is to really find a better stable line to really catalyze the action we want to see on the ground. And everything that Rwanda is doing is hopeful on many levels. And the fact that now we also have Norskin based in here on many levels is also a source of hope that we are able to really scale up what Rwanda is doing, not only in the entrepreneurial sector, but also in the civil society sector, in a way that we will be able to strengthen what is the hope for our future. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I mean, in terms of policymaking, I really do believe the government is really doing a great job. Just comparing to the other African counterparts. I mean, in terms of attracting investment, I mean, there are different platforms that the government already established. For instance, being one of the leading MICE destination. I guess that was really a great strategy because I do remember in 2019, we have secured a client in Transform Africa Summit. So I guess those are really great platforms that entrepreneurs, startups can leverage. And beyond that, I mean, different accelerators being established, especially to drive green finance, like Rwanda Green Fund's new accelerator. I guess those are really great strategy, and I believe they really boost the whole ecosystem. So I think more efforts are actually needed in refining how startups are taxed, because like startups at the early stage, they are actually piloting. So they are piloting their business model, and in most cases, when you're piloting your business model, you actually provide your product on free trial basis to actually know how, I mean, correct insights from users and consumers to understand how you can iterate your business model. And in that case, you can really charge them. So taxing startups at infancy level is actually quite problematic on the startup. And we want to see like a more refined strategy on how startups can receive tax incentives at early stage to assist them to grow. Another aspect I really touched on, I guess I was really clarifying that enabling assisting startups or early stage entrepreneurs to design their business model to be international ready as early as possible. So we are actually, comparing ourselves with different ecosystems in Africa. We're seeing Kenya, how like startup on a daily basis are raising over like $1 million investment rounds on a daily basis. So I guess one of the driver of that success is actually being internationally ready. I mean, having a business model which is international ready, having products which are international ready. For instance, like for large tech products, I mean, like most of the startup kind of like develop products, giving like, for instance, like developing like an app keyboard, which is tailored to only African market, but you didn't incorporate like Arabic keyboard. So that's one of the aspects of internationalization in the product. So I believe most of the programs can actually tailor that need and assist companies to be international ready as soon as possible. And I believe the government is really doing a great job in providing that exposure. So I guess it's time for startups and different accelerators to really use such exposure. I mean, different meetings and conferences coming up in Rwanda, different international exhibitions coming up. So I guess it's time to internationalize our business model and assist startups and companies to be international ready. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to, you've touched a little bit about a global perspective and the feedback when you compare or try to benchmark on how you position yourself when you are in the country and now when you want to go at the international level. And I will ask this question in different ways. In terms of civil society, do you think you are hard at the global perspective? I understand Rwanda is really doing everything to hear the youth and to put in practice different measures to really be to really be cautious about climate change and put measures in place. But do you think you are hard at the global level? And for you as an entrepreneur, what else do you think you need for Rwanda? You've tapped into that. But for a global perspective, how do you want to be ready? And what else do you want to see to be successful at an international level?
Okay, so I guess the first step is actually the human capital to tap into. And I guess this actually correlates with the education system we have in Rwanda. So how do we revamp our curriculum to be international ready, to develop talents that are internationally ready? So because on the other hand, we need human capital. Because it's a crucial asset that we need to develop such products and business model. I guess the other need is actually visibility. And I believe the country has really done great work in providing visibility. And I guess what we just need to do is using the different, revamping the education curriculum to develop great talents. I know we are able to tap into different talents on African level. Kenya, Nigeria, they really, release different talents on annual basis, but we also need to give chances to the Rwandan talent just to be ready on international market. So I believe it's really a collaborative effort with the government, educational practitioners to ensure that we have like a great talent pipeline that startups, companies can tap into. The race is actually visibility I was talking about. Investment, for the investment, I really believe there is like a great job being done to ensure that startups can tap into different financial instruments. And speaking about financial instruments, I believe most of well-known financial instruments we know here are actually grants and bank loans, but we just want to see different, there's green bonds or other particular quite new innovative financial instruments. How do we position startups to tap into those upcoming green financial instruments? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I think I will answer in two perspectives. So first, as civil society, we are really hard on the national level because our voice, we know, is being incorporated in every step that our country is taking forward. But when you look on international level, there's some improvement that need to be done. So when I say improvement to be done is that most of the support that is available to civil society organization does not really consider that there are some youth, Global South female youth civil society organization that are in place. Because as my colleagues say, some of the support that is going to be available will be in form of grant. And you won't believe it unless you really have like an experience in that one, because you can apply with a very innovative solution that you want to deploy, but the requirement for the donor to consider your grant or like your proposal will be very not reflective of that there's a youth who are there, because they will be asking you questions like a 5-year financial plan, what is your operational capacity, and all of those. They're good questions, but it's not relevant to youth civil society. And then what we did learn is that we don't want to blame the system because they're there for a reason. So we just need to really learn how we are going to empower ourselves to really overcome that one. Because as in Rwanda we say, not any Ghana service. So we really learn how to move past that one. And it was possible because we are based in a country where everyone is really willing to understand what the youth has to say. And then on the other side, in the civil society sector does not mean that you have to always look into funds that are not being able to be translated in something that's going to be lasting forever for the community. So we learned that one. So that's why we took an initiative to design all our projects in with the sustainable component measurement. That yes, we are an NGO, we are not for profit, but we want to do an impact that is going to be transformative for a community. And then by transformative, we want also to be economic empowerment, because let's face it, we are in a global South country. You won't be able, and also we want development. So we want a green development, and civil society can really play a crucial role in supporting the green development of our country. So on that side, we are understood on one level, but on the other side, we really need, I don't know how to say, like a very good handbook of all the donors who are really ready to take the risk and work with the civil society all throughout the way, and end the bias that the Global South NGO or Global South youth organization are just there to be there, because for many of us, this is not a hobby. This is a dedication that we really took as a commitment for our lives. Thanks.
Right, thank you very much.
So I think, so we have to decolonize the system in such a way that we, as my colleague here said, we needed to tackle on the education perspective. So, but then educating youth is not enough. So how after education goes beyond to access to capital. Capital might not necessarily finance in terms of money, but also the capacity in terms of the knowledge, the skills to manage the finance, but it has to be then goes beyond for critical thinking. So in such a way that young people, because not everyone can be entrepreneur, but also those who are in entrepreneurship, they are really sure that they have that critical thinking skills that help them to see the problem in a community. Then they don't see as the problem, after they find it as opportunity. So after finding as opportunity, and then how do you narrow down to the point that you go to the community, then you empathize with your people, you see what's really the problem. Because most of the people, they are happy to sit on a desktop, they do just desktop research. So you rely on the data on desktop, so you are not sure if that data is credible. You might have some biased data information. So unless you go to the community, empathize with your users, see what the problem these people are facing. these are target people you want to serve. So we're in a community, then see the problem, what is the common problem, what's their pain, what they see, how they hear, how they feel. From there, you find the root cause of the problem that you'll be sure when you'll be back that you design according to the user needs. So that's when you come up with a solution that is relevant to the problem, that is promising to be impactful, sustainable, and profitable. So it has to be in such a way that, because some people, they try to address surface problem. So they look for funds because they're good at pitching and maybe they have a network, they get money, they go there, but yes, there's no impact making. So how do we make sure these young people are actually applying the human-centered design? So that's what I can say. Thank you.
Thank you. If there is any question in the audience, you can please raise your hand. But in the meantime, I really think Greenpreneurs have already highlighted what they are looking for. When there is a network, they want the network to create more visibility for them. If there can be, I will quote what she used, a handbook of investors who understand what they are trying to really achieve and be able to adapt to what they have and maybe carry them through growing and supporting them basically. And there is capital, which was talked about, but there is also supporting R&D in companies that are trying to do R&D, not bring a solution right away, but who are really trying to go deep into addressing a matter where they have done research and they are trying to develop really a sustainable business around it. So yeah, is there any question in the audience? Any comments or insights? No?
Okay, I have something to add on what he said about climate impact.
Yeah.
So I believe, most of climate forecast startups in Rwanda actually tend to underestimate that aspect. So I believe like we need like more kind of like expertise guidance on how we communicate the climate impact. So I believe it's something maybe GGGI can actually maybe consider, one of the trainings they'll be providing. How do we help startups to communicate climate impact using international standards that we develop? Yeah, so some startups are in climate adaptation, while others actually in climate mitigation. So how do we assist them in communicating the climate impact on using international metrics that are available right now? Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to add on that one. So if GGI is going to be working on that, on assisting the reporting of climate change impact, the best entry point will be to really assist our country to be able to do a technical assessment on loss and damage, and be able to do it in a sense that is going to be a project case, to be able to really translate into something that can be bankable and be implemented in our country. Because most of the time, yes, we talk about climate change impacts, but there's nothing available to really translate that one into something that's going to be meaningful for our community. But taking, for example, some countries like Bangladesh and Senegal, what they do can really inform like what would be the starting point for GGI. And Jamaica is also doing good on that one.
I just want to check if there is no comment from the online team, then I will take your, yes, okay, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Oliver Kirabo. I'm from Nyagatare, representing Nyagatare Volunteer Servers. So I want to ask these youth, what pushed you to be involved in your business, and what the challenges are you facing nowadays, and how you overcome them? And you please give a message to the youth out here that are not involved in business, mostly in greenpreneurs, and what you're looking maybe in government or as a partners, maybe for help or as assistance. Thank you.
Yes, please.
So thank you for good question. So I will speak to my perspective UKC as well. UKC, we are providing a hydroponic fodder system. This is the system in such a way that you cultivate animal feeds without soil. We cultivate vertically, so by using water. So, and water is recycled in a system of greenhouse. So looking at the challenges, because when you're an entrepreneur, you have to go to the community and so as the challenges people are facing. If government of Rwanda has one cow per family program, so the expectation is that this family access cows, but then more importantly is to have milk for consumption of their children and also get fertilizer for crop production. So yet these people, they don't have land to cultivate pasture, you know? So because government put a policy of zero grazing, so you can't allow animals crossing, you know, roads searching for feeds. You have to construct crops, then lead your animals, feed them. When you look at the challenges the young people, these livestock farmers are facing, you find there is a higher cost of animal feeds. So they don't have land to cultivate. So you see that's the problem. There's climate shocks as well. During the summer period, they don't have accessible animal feeds. That's the real problem. So that's where we have to think then, how can we make sure we use a small land we have? So how can we provide cost-effective animal feeds? And how can you also provide sustainable animal feeds throughout the year in all seasons? That's how you can see, because we are composed by university graduate students, we had to conduct research. What is where hydroponic fodder is being done? What do they do and how do they do that service? Is that applicable, affordable, and feasible in Rwandan context? So that's when we had the idea to start the project here in Rwanda. So we start Gicumbi district. So we are incorporating a hydroponic fodder system by using water only. It's vertical cultivation. We use the small land sizes. That's small land utilization. And we, throughout the services, we train young people and women about how a hydroponic fodder system can create jobs and how they have to take this system throughout their things. That's agri-technology transfer. And also we have training. We also sell and supply hydroponic fodder to individual farmers. So the challenge was that when you look at the geographical landscape of Rwanda, so there's mountains, so many hills, you find that delivering this hydroponic fodder, which is green and fresh, so it's hard to access far-end clients. So because currently, when we are a startup, we don't have that capacity of having cars to deliver a large amount of fodder to the farmers. We use the bicycles. So bicycle is really hard to access the roads of mountains. That's the challenges. So you look at that currently we are providing green fresh hydroponic fodder, so that cannot be stored more than 2 days. It needs a value addition in transforming this green fresh fodder into pellets. Because it's applicable to other countries. They transform green fresh fodder into pellets. Pellets increase shelf life of 3 months, which means there it gives capacity to access far-end client. So because they can store this fodder for a long time, you can export it, that's the challenges in terms of capital and finance, so that we are facing. But then that's why we are here. So Greenpreneurs and GGI, and I think the whole point is to identify greenpreneurs that making impact in community. They showcase their project to the people who can really help, because for our mission is to make the world sustainable and where life standard of the people goes on. Thank you.
Yeah, I can try to be as brief as possible to your question. So first, the reason why I do what I do, for example, I think that was the first component of your question. So I grew up in a peri-urban area, so which means I was exposed to the climate change impact at a very early age. But I didn't know it was climate change impact. And then I did my high school. I wanted to be a pilot, because I did the science in my high school. But then there was this night when I was watching the news, and then I saw that in a particular area in my country, women and children were forced to move because of flooding and erosion due to intensive rainfall. So I kind of remembered how I felt. So sometimes people are failing to realize that climate change impact can also be linked to mental health issues. So after realizing, I took a decision to go to study environmental engineering in the University of Rwanda, with the simple purpose to find a way I can really contribute to protect the community. So that was the first step I took. And then after 2 years, that's when I realized there was something called SDG and the Paris Agreement. And I really knew that our country was doing something, but I was eager to find what would be an entry point for the youth engagement. So that's how we started. And then in terms of challenges that we are facing right now is the ability to really secure active funders who are able to really actively support, because capacity building program, we did it. Networking engagement, we did it, but now we are on the stage that we need active support, so financially. So that's one of the biggest challenges, because even right now we don't even have an office. So it's really problematic on some level. And then the only thing that keeps us going, on behalf of my team, is the understanding that whatever we are doing for ourselves, for our future. And then at the end of the day, when the work will be done, we'll be saying like we did it for ourselves. So technically, it's the optimism spirit that we are having and the belief that we are able to overcome any challenges, as long as we are able to learn from it and empower ourselves to really not fall back to the same challenge in the future. That's how brief I could be. Thanks.
Yeah, just be quick. Okay, so for that ways on, I would say the driver was kind of like a personal experience. So one of our colleagues actually survived a garbage landslide accident. So it was kind of really traumatic, and he was hospitalized for almost 2 weeks. So that incident actually kind of like motivate us to really imagine the world that waste are actually in circularity. So initially in 2018, when we launched as a mobile app that was connecting recyclers with households to transact electronic waste. But we iterated the business model, because we thought that we were just focusing on solving the problem, but recycling itself doesn't actually solve the problem. So, but new circular business model, such as remanufacturing, repurposing, reuse, actually provide more opportunity to design a waste-free world. So we, leverage new technologies such as blockchain, just to design a system where manufacturers can actually, trace back all their electronics in the value chain, ensuring that they are able to trace or get real-time data on material provenance, and as well as establish like a value chain. Especially reverse logistics, where they kind of like correct all those electronic materials from the market. So we are so lucky that it's actually something trending globally. So you hear the likes of Dell, HP. So they have like upcoming strategies of implementing reverse logistics. So in upcoming days, we no longer, we actually get almost an opportunity to sell back your laptop, your mobile phones to those manufacturers. And we are really so proud that we are just tapping into that value chain to assist those companies as well as our consumers to be environmental conscious. So the challenges, I would say, besides the financing they're actually talking about, I guess the issue of getting talents, especially in those critical sectors like the blockchain in Rwanda, really, it's really a great challenge for startups. So I believe if actually get opportunity for the government or other stakeholders to really revamp the curriculum so that we can actually tap into the local pipeline, talent pipeline, that would be great. We're also just talking about putting the product on the market. So the market in Rwanda, I would say it's really less environmental conscious. So I guess there is like more campaigns, environmental programs. So just to assist the Rwandan population to be environmental conscious, I guess that will easy the market accessibility or actually putting the product on the market. So the last message to the youth, I would say just tap into something that we are really passionate about, because it's really hard to launch a startup. So most of the cases we actually feel like or have like low energy and feel like just giving up. So you just need to tap into something you're passionate about. And develop a team which is really quite also passionate about the solution you're launching. Yeah, and network. So I guess we have like many platforms in Rwanda. So I guess we just need to tap into, especially to get market accessibility, funders, and different opportunities available in the Rwanda market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to say that when talking to the team at GGGI, they told me there are about 182 Greenpreneurs so far in Rwanda. So there is a good number here, and you're speaking on behalf of all of them. So I just want I think you've just given your closing remarks. I'll let you just give us something to the people out there. Yeah.
So the message I would love to give my fellow young people is to discover yourself. Try to see, just look at your background, look at your potential you have. From there, as my colleague said, when you define your passion, what you are passionate, so make sure you work on that passion perspective. This is because when you are passionate with something, you are happy with it. You take your passionate as your passion as a work, not a job. Because so it's a context of deploying yourself instead of trying to be employed. Finding what's the problem. Just pick one problem you think in the community people are facing. So work on that problem, also connect it to your passion. Depending to your potential and problem people have, then you connect there, you try to fundraise money. As my colleague said, when you have team who are passionate, and also you build network out there, you have good projects that is promising. So everything will work. Thank you.
Thank you. So for me, what I would say is first to the youth out there, just don't be scared to show your true colors, because it only matters if you are in the sector when you understand it fully and you feel like it's something that drives you. And if you feel like you're waking up in the morning to do something that you love, it is important. And also, despite the challenges that we're going to be facing, I liked what Michelle said. Don't underestimate your ability to drive change. And on that one, I will add that some of us really are scared of the policy because we think, oh, it's a big thing that we cannot understand or like drive change towards to. But I'm just here to say, Like policy is not an enemy, it's simply an opportunity that is an open door that is available for us if we really understand how to drive it concretely in a manner that is going to make sense to frontline community who are suffering to the most. So yeah, thanks.
Thank you all. Thank you very much for the insights. So others doing it, I'm doing it. Well, I'd like to thank you all for those who joined here at NorthScan and those who are online. Thank you very much for being with us. Would like to apologize on behalf of the team. We ran a bit late, or more actually, but we thank you all. I hope this was an insightful workshop event, and we are looking forward to the Greenpreneurship Network opening. And I hear it will be in the middle of next year. So we will be meeting again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. The lunch is ready, but we will have us to take a picture outside. Thank you.